what do you see on the screen? No, this is not a black spot, but an empty area in the sky at night. But can you really believe your eyes? After all, now you're peering not just at blackness, but at tens of thousands of luminous objects. However, until recently, this picture could only be seen with the help of telescopes. Meanwhile, we don't know who, when, or even if anyone has ever approached our solar system. And this is despite the fact that the scientific world recently announced that there are 20 exoplanets from which it's possible to contemplate our vast Earth and, most interestingly, even receive our radio transmissions. Do you already have thoughts that aliens are watching you? Throw away all negative thoughts and worries, because now you'll find out, what did the NASA space probe Juno manage to capture? What do we know about the largest planet in the solar system? And how would life develop on Earth without Jupiter? The gas giant Jupiter plays the role of a global vacuum cleaner by not allowing most asteroids and comets to reach us. Otherwise, constant catastrophes would hardly have allowed human civilization to reach its current level. That's why the study of our gigantic neighbor is a priority astronomical task. Launched on August 5, 2011, the Juno robotic interplanetary spacecraft has become one of the most unique among such probes functioning in remote parts of the solar system. So, what's so special about it? The probe receives energy for operation from autonomous solar panels of various lengths, since Juno doesn't have a radioisotope thermoelectric generator. At the same time, the orbital station has been surviving the difficult conditions of space for many years and regularly provides scientists with valuable scientific information, especially about the gas giant Jupiter. So, how difficult was the journey to this distant and hostile world? Juno reached the huge planet 5 years after the launch of the mission and quickly found itself in its elliptical orbit. The probe's 5 scientific instruments were immediately activated. Further, it was assumed that the probe would continue to work in a tight orbit of the planet, but due to technical and software malfunctions, this plan failed. 2 years ago, the probe faced a difficult and dangerous situation. Due to a 53-day stay in an oblong orbit, Juno was forced to be in the dense, impenetrable shadow of the gas giant for about 12 hours. In this frightening location, borderline low temperatures and extremely low levels of light were recorded. So, it's not surprising that the planned capabilities of Juno didn't involve operating under such extreme conditions without the sun's rays. If the craft had stayed in the shadow of Jupiter just a little longer, it would probably have failed completely. So, as you can see, even the shadow of a gas colossus can pose a considerable danger to our space probes. Previously, the probe experienced a similar situation for a period of only 10 minutes. This happened literally just at the start of its mission, when Juno left the Earth and briefly fell into its shadow. But couldn't the ship have been reprogrammed to avoid contact with the giant shadow? One of the reasons why Juno didn't move to a lower orbit, but remained in an oblong elliptical one, was the strong gravitational field of Jupiter. The oblong trajectory of the ship's movement eliminates the influence of this force and also ensures that the probe won't be in the shadow of the planet for too long. But it's not just difficulties that have accompanied the mission. There have been great successes as well. In April last year, Juno passed close to the surface of the gas giant's cloud layer, reaching an incredible speed of 206,000 kilometers per hour. So why focus on this? It's simple. Thanks to the lightning-fast maneuver, the probe sent dozens of amazing images and invaluable scientific data to Earth. And this despite the fact that the craft isn't able to stay so dangerously close to Jupiter for much time at all. This is due to the monstrous radiation emanating from the planet that can lead to multiple serious malfunctions, although the most important mechanisms of the ship are protected by special titanium plates. If this threat were ignored, then Juno's activities would have had to have been stopped ahead of schedule. How did it happen that after 12 hours spent in the shadow captivity of Jupiter, the orbital station was able to continue its mission? Desperate scientists went all in. They decided to spend a shocking amount of the craft's hydrazine jet fuel with a total weight of 73 kilograms to provide enough energy to keep Juno alive. As a result, the engine worked continuously for more than 10 hours. Why was the mission plan significantly adjusted? Juno was supposed to be near Jupiter for exactly 1 year, but in 2018 it was decided to extend its work until July 2021 because the project had showed exemplary results so far. And besides, funding for the mission had been increased significantly. In general, during operation, Juno made 35 extremely close loops just above the surface of Jupiter. What else did the probe please scientists with? Astronomers have received a huge amount of valuable data about Jupiter. Using a microwave radiometer capable of penetrating more than 500 kilometers into clouds, the probe transmitted information to Earth about the deepest parts of the gas giant's atmosphere. From this, the researchers were able to find out how much water and ammonia are contained in the atmospheric layers in percentage terms. Another goal of the Juno mission was to collect information about how Jupiter was formed and at what depths atmospheric flows circulate. In order to obtain more extensive data on the phenomena occurring in the magnetosphere and to map the force regions near the gas giant, the probe activated a special device that determines the position of objects relative to magnetic fields. As for the ultraviolet radiation spectrograph, with its help, scientists received more detailed information about Jupiter's auroras, dazzlingly sparkling at the poles of the planet. And in order to make a map that can be used to calculate mass distribution on Jupiter, a special device estimated the magnitude of the fields of the gas giant. But how did such impressive photographs of our gigantic neighbor appear? The only static camera on Juno is to be commended for that. It was this tricolor, highly intelligent gadget that contributed to the amazing images of Jupiter that flew around the world. Titanic cyclones and anticyclones recorded in the area of the Great Red Spot and at the poles also made their way into the lens of this wonderful camera. Which valuable and significant discoveries can we single out over the entire period of Juno's mission? In particular, it was confirmed that Jupiter has a high-density core, but it contains loose and porous material and not solidified hydrogen or stones as previously assumed. The formation process of this structural element is still unknown. Most likely, a clarification of this riddle will be a goal of Jupiter's further research. In any case, at the moment, we've received much more information about many phenomena. For example, we've learned more about what's happening inside the famous anticyclone hurricane called the Great Red Spot. The strange whirlwind has been observed since the 19th century, and since then its size has decreased significantly. Right now, the diameter of the storm is 1.3 the diameter of the Earth. Back in 1979, it was closer to double the diameter of our planet. Juno also found that the crater at the base of the Great Red Spot, the so-called Eye of the Hurricane, has an incredible depth of around 300 kilometers, and local temperatures rise significantly as you approach the center. This explains the appearance of powerful winds in the upper layers of the hurricane. Juno also received information about the anomalies occurring in the magnetic field of Jupiter. In particular, its asymmetry, which is observed in the complex structure of the field in the northern hemisphere. Scientists can't say anything definite about the reasons for this phenomenon, since the magnetic fields of Jupiter and the Earth are significantly different. There have been suggestions that these are the consequences of the dissolution of Jupiter's core. Researchers were very surprised to find a very bright, narrow band emitting ultraviolet. This discovery was facilitated by the ultraviolet spectrograph installed on Juno. Is this a miraculous transformation of Jupiter into a star? Most probably not. Perhaps this was just lightning strikes, very powerful ones. The peculiarity of the ultraviolet band signal is that just after detection, it immediately disappeared. There's a theory that we observed a phenomenon called sprites, lightning discharges that are extremely rare. If such flashes of light were found on Earth, we would notice their reddish hue, and on Jupiter, due to the large amount of hydrogen, the bands appear blue. Another important discovery made by Juno was the detection of an abundant amount of water molecules at the equator, as well as signs that the planet once had heavy rains. And a long time ago, Jupiter experienced a bombardment of ammonia hail and powerful lightning strikes. These elements were the most important factor in the formation of the cycle of water layers on Jupiter. Also, with the help of Juno, it was possible to determine the most arid region of the planet, a kind of Jovian desert located in the northern hemisphere slightly above the equator. And what about the cloud layer on Jupiter? Astronomers carefully analyzed the cloud images provided by the probe and found the following. They clearly show that the atmospheric masses that are above the polar cyclones move counterclockwise, while the hurricane spirals rotate clockwise. As we've already said, the main part of the Juno mission was completed in July 2021, but this doesn't mean that the device was sent to a well-deserved rest. The current state of the probe will allow it to continue working until at least 2025. During this period, Juno will make 4 more orbits around Jupiter, gradually approaching the North Pole of the gas giant, which will contribute to obtaining more data on the 3-dimensional structure of polar hurricanes. Also, Juno will approach 3 of Jupiter's moons, namely Europa, Ganymede, and Io. Imagine that you're looking for a lost diamond on a beach. Every now and then it seems that something flashes among the shimmering sea of sand, but it's just a piece of glass, and disappointment comes again. Why do you think I'm trying to create such strange imaginings in your head? Because this is how I'm trying to describe the feelings of astronomers when trying to capture alien signals. Scientists have been peering into the darkness through telescopes for years, but space has remained stubbornly silent, hiding its gloomy secrets among darting meteors. True, sometimes the silence is interrupted by rare signals of unknown origin. First, though, one must understand that there are many objects in the universe that can manifest themselves in one way or another as blinding light, energetic pulsation, or radio bursts. It's about the latter, radio bursts, that we'd like to now discuss. What are these phenomena, and what sensation has recently shaken the scientific world? This autumn, astronomers were astonished by unprecedented activity in space. Over a period of just a month and a half, more than 1,600 radio signals reached Earth, whereas earlier such news was at best numbered in the dozens. It got to the point where in just 1 hour, our earthly scanning devices recorded as many as 150 signals. Scientists were shocked by this, especially since fast radio bursts are considered the most inexplicable phenomenon in the universe. What are single radio impulses, and where do they come from? Fast radio bursts are quite new to scientists. They were first discovered in 2007. Like many phenomena in the field of astronomy, the discovery was made by accident. In this case, during data analysis of pulsars. The duration of the signal was only a few milliseconds, but the energy of the event that generated it is beyond description. It's equivalent to the amount of energy emitted by our star over several days, and all of this happened in a fraction of a second. To be frank, it's hard to believe it. Nevertheless, the fact remains the radio signal was captured, so astronomers began to study it. It took a group of scientists as much as 5 years to check whether the burst of FRB 010724 really came from the depths of space and wasn't provoked, for example, by a regular old electrical appliance of some sort. So a detailed analysis showed that a radio burst with a duration of less than 5 milliseconds came from the bowels of the dwarf galaxy called the Small Magellanic Cloud. And the distance to the object that generated this signal was incredible, about 3 billion light-years, or 1 gigaparsec. As no more signals were received, a group of scientists from the State Association of Scientific and Applied Research concluded that such phenomena are very rare in the universe. How wrong they were. To begin with, let's take a detour for a moment to study the obvious discrepancies between the duration of the signal and the energy that generated it. Doctor of Physical and Mathematical Sciences and Professor of the Russian Academy of Sciences, Sergei Popov, openly ridicules this paradox in his lectures, arguing that such radio signals cannot in any way be the result of alien life. And one must admit, from our point of view, it would be absolutely ludicrous to spend such a huge amount of energy to send just a single signal. Then the next question is, what exactly is capable of generating such powerful radio bursts? Answering this, it's worth recalling the words of the same Sergei Popov. We've already encountered a similar phenomenon regarding the study of gamma-ray bursts. In Soviet times, it was believed that this type of radiation was provoked exclusively by atomic bomb explosions. So spy satellites were regularly launched to record such bursts in order to warn the government of countries participating in the Cold War about the danger. As it turned out, chance again played a leading role here. Thanks to active monitoring of outer space, it was found that objects millions of times more powerful than any atomic bomb can act as sources of gamma-ray bursts, and these monsters are ridiculously far from our planet. The final insight came only after 30 years of scrupulous observations. At first, astronomers couldn't understand where dozens of powerful signals were coming from, whether their sources within the boundaries of the solar system or far beyond our galaxy. Of course, it provoked many people to see these waves as messages of alien civilizations. Films released in the 1990s, such as Contact, contributed to the prevailing mood. The heroine, Jodie Foster, captured a similar signal, indicating intelligent life in the universe. However, it wasn't a gamma-ray burst, but a radio burst. Well, it seems they already knew something ahead of time. But this detour is taking too long already. As for gamma-ray bursts, scientists later found out which phenomenon manifested itself in this way. It turned out to be a supernova explosion. But with radio bursts, things aren't so rosy. If you carefully look at the graph, which shows the first radio signal of unknown origin, we can conclude that its source is very far from the Earth. And the energy that caused this burst to come to life is equal to 10 billion solar luminosities in 1 millisecond. Another thing is interesting. How could such power fit in the radio range? For example, the similar gamma ray bursts are much easier to explain because they're present even on Earth during the detonation of nuclear bombs. And by the way, they almost never manifest themselves in the radio range. Of course, this did not help us get any closer to finding a solution to the mysterious bursts. Let's repeat. If this is an alien civilization, then it's extremely wasteful. So much energy was literally thrown into the wind. But, as in any important case, there were small obstacles on the way to solving this puzzle that were confusing. What funny incident interfered with the astronomical investigation? The fact is that in the Australian Parkes Observatory located in New South Wales, inexplicable things were discovered. The instruments began to record similar radio signals with strange regularity. They were attributed to both aircraft in flight and lightning discharges. But the answer turned out to be more down to earth. It was an ordinary microwave oven, which was used by observatory staff. Hungry scientists sometimes opened the microwave door before it was finished cooking, and radio waves burst out and were subsequently captured by observatory equipment. When everything was finally cleared up, astronomers began to check the very first signal, FRB 010724, also known as the Lorimer burst. But according to their detailed analysis, it still turned out to be genuine and not related to terrestrial radio devices. How far do you think a modern probe can go into space in 44 years? What will it see outside the earthly environs, and what dangers will it meet on the way? We know the answer to the first question for sure. At this stage, an unmanned vehicle created at the end of the last century, in less than half a century, can fly about 11 billion miles, an unthinkable distance by earthly standards. This was clearly proved by Voyager 2, which for many years plowed the pitch darkness of the universe, and you won't believe how many mysteries the little space explorer revealed during its journey. Equipped with many research instruments, Voyager 2 gave astronomers a detailed description of its heroic route through the solar system on its way to distant stars. Where do we start? Perhaps from the data obtained by the probe within the solar system. But what about high-tech telescopes, you object? Haven't they been observing neighboring planets for a long time, regularly transmitting useful information about the objects? Yes, but their activities can't be compared with the work of a probe located in close proximity to a cosmic body. In the second case, the incoming information is much more informative. So, where did the Voyager 2 mission start from? It began with huge Jupiter, which, if desired, is capable of absorbing all the planets of the solar system. Of course, we already knew that our system consists of stony terrestrial objects and gas giants, and we're also aware of the ice rings of Saturn and global Jupiter hurricanes. But these are only scraps of information, the gaps in which Voyager 2, as well as its inquisitive twin brother, undertook to fill. Jupiter. Voyager 2 began sending images of Jupiter to Earth on April 24, 1979. The first images sent were of the gas giant's turbulent atmosphere. Astronomers put together a short film from a series of photographs and learned more about the principles of atmospheric circulation. Unlike Voyager 1, the second probe was very close to Jupiter's moons, Io and Europa, capturing the period of their approach. The result is amazing images of Jupiter's vast system, including crisp images of its moons Callisto, Ganymede, Europa, Io, and Amalthea. At the closest point to Jupiter, Voyager 2 was on July 9, 1979, at a distance of 4,785 miles. From this location, the probe transmitted updated data regarding the planet's clouds. 4 satellites in a ring system were rediscovered, and 17,000 new images were obtained, combined from the cameras of the 2 Voyagers. At least 80% of the surface of Ganymede and Callisto, as well as Saturn, have been mapped by astronomers. As a result, Voyager 2 to some extent repeated the photographic mission of its predecessor and then surpassed it. Saturn. The meeting of the probe with the 6th planet of the Solar System took place on August 22, 1981, 2 years after the device left Jupiter and sent the first images of the Saturnian satellite Iapetus to Earth. When Voyager 2 flew past Saturn, it was confirmed that its rings are about 980 feet thick. But this is a very average value, since in some places this parameter reaches only 10 to 100 meters. During its journey near the planet, the probe passed through the rings of Saturn at a speed of 8 miles per hour. It happened very quickly, taking just seconds. During a risky maneuver, a myriad of dust particles simultaneously pierced the metal body of the spacecraft, leaving plasma trails behind. Voyager 2 also captured Saturn's moons Hyperion, Enceladus, Tethys, Phoebe, and the newly discovered Helen, Callisto, and Calypso. Uranus. It would seem that the 2 main tasks had been completed. It's time to retire, but scientists prepared a different fate for the probe. The developers decided to send the veteran ship to Uranus. The meeting with this planet, among other things, opened up the possibility of flying to Neptune. But before that, Voyager 2 carefully studied the ghostly and remote Uranus for 5.5 hours. The probe was a pioneering human-made craft that flew past this planet. Extended observations of Uranus began on November 4, 1985. The first signals of the probe reached the Earth in about 2.5 hours. What difficulties did Voyager 2 encounter in studying this cosmic body? The most tangible problem is the lack of light. The icy planet receives 400 times less of it than the Earth. The closest approach to Uranus occurred on January 24, 1986, at a distance of approximately 50,640 miles. What iconic discoveries in this location did Voyager 2 make? The probe discovered 10 new satellites that were named after the heroes of Shakespeare's tragedies: Buck, Portia, Juliet, Rosalind, Belinda, Desdemona, Cordelia, Ophelia, and Bianca, found 2 new rings in addition to 9 already known, and recorded a magnetic field tilted 55 degrees and somewhat off-center. Voyager 2 also sent back impressive photos of Uranus' large moons. After rendezvousing with the planet on February 14, 1986, the spacecraft made a single midway gravity maneuver, the largest and most significant ever performed. Voyager 2 needed to do this to plot a route to Neptune. Neptune. The probe flew to Neptune on August 25, 1989. To do this, Voyager 2 covered about 9,980 miles, flying over the clouds of the giant planet, which turned out to be closest during the 4 orbits made when approaching them. Meanwhile, the spacecraft didn't stop its painstaking work. For example, it discovered 6 new satellites and 4 rings. Neptune itself proved to be a real box of surprises. In particular, it turned out that it's not at all calm on its surface. Hellish winds are constantly blowing there at speeds of about 68 miles or 110 kilometers per hour. And this is the smallest indicator, because the speed of atmospheric flows of some stable storms on Neptune is the highest in the solar system, reaching up to 2,400 kilometers per hour. Did the probe manage to learn anything about Neptune's atmosphere? Scanners showed that the most common element is hydrogen, although methane was also present in the atmosphere, giving Neptune a nice blue tint. 3 huge structures, presumably hurricanes, are clearly visible in the image: the Great and Small Dark Spots and Scooter. Voyager 2 also captured 2/3 of Neptune's largest moon, Triton, the coldest known body in the solar system, and a cryovolcano that pours nitrogen onto the planet's surface. Breathtaking images of Neptune's southern hemisphere captured a strange terrain that resembles a bearded melon. Voyager 2's mission to this location ended with a triumphant flyby around Neptune. It's worth noting that after studying the distant planet, the probe functioned for many more years. For example, in 2011, at a command from the center, it switched to alternative engines responsible for the navigation system. And in 2019, NASA announced that it had received data from the interstellar medium transmitted by the device. Where did Voyager 2 go next after visiting Neptune? For some time, the probe followed a course below the plane of the ecliptic and left the solar system at the turn of 35 million miles from the place of departure. After the encounter with Neptune, many Voyager 2 instruments were switched to a low-power mode to save energy. It's noteworthy that 12 years after the launch, in November 1989, NASA officially renamed the project to the more snobbish Voyager Interstellar Mission spacecraft. Instruments of secondary importance were permanently deactivated. Only 7 research gadgets continue to function on board the probe. What fate awaited the second Voyager next? By November 5, 2017, the spacecraft was about 116 astronomical units, or about 11 billion miles from Earth, moving at 9.6 miles relative to the Sun in the direction of the constellation Telescope. If Voyager 2 maintains current speed parameters, it'll take approximately 19,390 years to cover a distance of only 1 light-year. Do you want to know what significant event happened on July 8, 2019? On this day, on a command from the Voyager 2 Center, it successfully launched the maneuver trajectory correction instruments that are used to control the spacecraft for the foreseeable future. Further, on October 28, 2020, NASA re-established contact with Voyager 2, more than 11.6 billion miles away from Earth. Now, the probe is outside the influence of the Sun in the interstellar medium. By the way, the original Voyager mission was designed to implement a program called the Grand Tour, which involves a large trip to the planets of the solar system. An ambitious plan in the late 1970s was for a sophisticated space exploration craft to explore the 5 outer planets. But scientists were forced to partially freeze the project in January 1972, primarily due to unjustified costs projected at $1 billion. Instead, it was proposed to launch just 2 spacecraft to Jupiter and Saturn in 1977. Both probes were designed specifically to study the 2 gas giants, and they were far more suitable than their predecessors Pioneers 10 and 11 launched in 1974. The mission planners suggested that if the first Voyager succeeded, they would redirect the second one to Uranus and Neptune. This could be done using gravitational maneuvers, as happened later. Each of the 2 spacecraft was equipped with a slow-scan color television camera to take pictures of cosmic bodies and their satellites. The vehicles also had an extensive set of instruments for recording magnetic, atmospheric, satellite, and other data about the planets and their satellites. Both spacecraft designs were based on the older Mariner models. Until March 7, 1977, they were known as Mariner 11 and Mariner 12. Then the head of NASA, James Fletcher, announced that they would be renamed Voyagers. But everyone's wondering what Voyager 2 is doing right now. In the dark depths of space, billions of miles from home, NASA's Voyager 2 spacecraft has become an important link in astronomical research, becoming the second probe ever to dive into interstellar space. But of course, such a serious mission didn't go smoothly. As of November 2018, NASA, as usual, kept in touch with the probe, but one day the agency staff were unable to contact the device, which was quite a surprise. This was preceded by an unprecedented event that occurred on January 28, 2020. What happened? Was the spaceship attacked by aliens, or was it swallowed up by a black hole? no, just the probe suddenly stopped moving. Voyager 2 stopped just before making its planned maneuver. The craft had to turn 360 degrees to calibrate one of the onboard instruments, but instead it didn't budge. As a result, both Voyager systems worked non-stop, consuming huge amounts of energy. So what was the problem? The spacecraft used up the available power source too quickly, and this led to the launch of the protection system. When rebooted, the software automatically turned off Voyager 2's scientific instruments to save power. After all, it has a rather limited supply of resources. The issue needed to be urgently addressed as Voyager 2 continued to move away from Earth. Thus, in order to avoid such failures and significantly improve communication, an antenna modification plan was proposed as a solution to the situation. During the implementation of the project, radio communication with Voyager 2 was completely turned off, and for a whole year. It was a risky undertaking, but necessary, so the engineers went all in. Fortunately, the year of silence passed relatively calmly for the probe, so the project was completed successfully and rather quickly. Contact with Voyager 2 resumed on November 2, 2020, after a series of instructions were transmitted to the vehicle using a special communication channel. As a result, on February 12, 2021, communication with the probe was finally restored. Now the Voyager 2 mission is active and fruitful again. The device continues its interstellar flight, simultaneously studying the environment and sending data to Earth. Although the probe's camera isn't strong enough to produce high-quality images, Voyager 2 is still important to mankind in terms of space exploration. This is the second interstellar object created on Earth, and the only one with which we keep such frequent contact. That is, at the moment, Voyager 2 is the last of the Mohicans, one might say, a representative of an endangered species. Certainly, there will come a moment when its power source runs out and the mission will come to an end, leaving the probe forever wandering in the icy embrace of infinity. What do you think of photo shoots? All of us have posed in front of a Christmas tree or seashore or trees with autumn leaves turning. But honestly, these pale in comparison to the photographs we receive from probes, rovers, and telescopes. They send to Earth pictures of unique locations that are unlikely to be reached in our lifetime or ever. And this makes these documents incredibly valuable to science, to say nothing of the awe they inspire in those who view them. Today, we'll demonstrate the most amazing and freshest photos made by the Hubble Space Telescope, the Chandra X-ray Observatory, and that stalwart veteran rover, the Curiosity. Would you like to see a galaxy, the light from which has been traveling to us for hundreds of thousands of light years? Would you like to see breathtaking Martian landscapes? Could these photos change our world in the future? In places where people can't reach, AI cameras become our eyes. For example, the Curiosity rover, built by the U.S. Space Agency, has been operating on the Red Planet since August 6, 2012. In December of the same year, the mission was prolonged indefinitely, and Curiosity is still operating on the Big Red Planet. You might think the rover's traveled hundreds of miles since then, but no, it's barely moved 30 kilometers. However, Curiosity has brought priceless information to scientists, photos of various locations on Mars, mainly close to the Gale crater. It's an impact funnel which is about 4 billion years old. Curiosity was designed specifically to study this crater, and the rover has done an excellent job. For example, it recently sent a photo from the slope of the Martian Mount Sharp, which plunged researchers into intellectual ecstasy. The panorama included part of the mountain itself, as well as the Rafael Navarro Peak located in the distance. NASA employees were amazed at the beauty of the landscape and decided to make a full-fledged postcard from this photo, overlaying several shades on it, as well as compiling pictures of different times of the day. It turned out something amazing, at the same time reminiscent of alien and terrestrial landscapes. This is what these photos look like in black and white, as sent by the rover. Of course, this is not the only photo sent by the Curiosity rover. The aforementioned mountain, named after a scientist who passed away in early 2021, appears in many of the rover's images. It's quite visible from afar. Do the photos provided by Curiosity look too boring because it only explored the Gale crater? Not at all. The Curious rover tried to look into all corners of the huge 164-kilometer-wide impact funnel. For example, it repeatedly photographed not only Mount Sharp, but also its foot, where, by the way, the rover found clay. Curiosity's cameras also captured unique photographs of glowing clouds gathering over Gale crater. By the way, this huge depression might be an ancient Martian lake, but there are still heated discussions on this issue. However, let's leave Mars alone and go to some immeasurably more distant locations. Want to see pictures of a galaxy located at a huge distance from us? Thanks to the Hubble telescope, this has become possible. Incredibly, the light of this galaxy has been traveling to us for 230 million years, so it may no longer exist in the form that's captured in the photo. The picture clearly shows spirals rapidly rotating around the center of a huge structure. Modern telescopes are able to look deep into the universe and see what people didn't even dream of 100 to 200 years ago. The galaxy UGC 11537 is located in the constellation Aquila and is quite close to the Milky Way, so close that stars from the latter were also captured. The namesake of our channel, the Hubble telescope, observed this part of the sky as part of a program to study supermassive black holes, in particular in order to estimate their true masses, as well as to understand the principles behind the movement of stars in such galaxies. Do you think that this is the limit of vigilance of terrestrial optical systems? Absolutely not. They can see much further. Thanks to the Chandra Space Observatory, astronomers have been able to take a closer look at the largest gravitationally bound structures of the macrocosm, clusters of galaxies. As a rule, in the center of each of these conglomerations, there's the largest galaxy possible. Such groups include thousands of star clusters and clouds of hot gas with a mass much larger than that of the galaxies. This time, Chandra observed an object located almost 4 billion light-years from us. It's not easy to comprehend such a distance. It's enough to understand that it's incredibly far. We're talking about a cluster of galaxies called RBS 797. Based on images from the NASA Space Observatory, it's assumed that there are two supermassive black holes at the center of this structure. In general, such a tandem is not uncommon in the universe, but for both active objects to be so close to each other and in such close interaction is something astronomers observed for the first time. In addition, these black holes emit powerful jets. So, what was so surprising about this picture? Scientists noticed strange, gigantic cavities that had previously been observed in other galaxies. The origin of unusual voids is very difficult to explain. Most likely, this is the result of the activity of matter, which, with the help of multi-directional jets, blows out cavities in hot gas clouds. In total, experts from the University of Bologna found 4 such voids. In addition to them, 2 radio sources located at a distance of 250 light-years from each other fell into the eyepiece of the telescope. Once confirmed, these black holes will be the closest neighbors ever seen by Earth astronomers. What practical benefits does this give us? If the void-forming algorithm turns out to be plausible, astronomers will know more of the physical conditions near black hole event horizons. But what is the farthest corner of the universe where the vigilant eye of earthly telescopes could possibly look? Here, Hubble has excelled again. It's the Hubble who holds the honorary record. The telescope has discovered the most distant galaxy ever recorded by optical instruments. Its name is GNZ11, and the object was born just 400 million years after the Big Bang. The light from this galaxy has been traveling to us for almost 13.5 billion years. Perhaps the instruments failed, or the astronomers achieved an inaccuracy somewhere. No, this scenario was ruled out as the scientists double-checked all the parameters of the object on the light-wave spectrometer, and the results completely matched. The GNZ11 galaxy is located in the constellation Ursa Major, and if we take into account the expansion factor of the universe, then the so-called accompanying distance to it is 32 billion light-years. Astronomers have calculated that this object is 25 times smaller than the Milky Way, about 100 times less populated by stars. Previously, the most distant galaxy from us was considered to be EGSY 8P7, located in the constellation Boötes. It was discovered with the help of the Keck Observatory. Presumably, the object's located 13.2 billion years from the edge of the Milky Way. Photographs of distant objects such as planets of the solar system we haven't been to, or galaxies of the same age as the universe, have a huge astronomical value to current and future generations, since they let us learn more about processes that we're just beginning to comprehend. Before I start, I invite all our subscribers to solve one riddle. Which planet is so light in weight that it can float in a swimming pool? And which same planet in the solar system is the most different from the others? Here's a hint. It's named after the Roman god of agriculture. That's right, it's the majestic ringed Saturn. Despite the tremendous remoteness of the sixth planet from Earth, research probes have periodically been sent to it. In particular, the object was studied in detail by the Cassini interplanetary spacecraft. It wandered through outer space for 2 decades, closely examining Saturn and its moons. This story began on October 15, 1997 at Cape Canaveral. The ship carrying the Huygens descent module was launched from there. The probe had serious tasks to accomplish: the study of Saturn itself, its rings and satellites, as well as handling the descent of the Huygens to the planet's largest satellite, Titan. And the probe brilliantly managed all its duties. How many years did it take Cassini to reach its target, Saturn? To do this, the device resolutely traveled mile after mile for 7 whole years, until June 30th, 2004, when it entered the orbit of the giant planet. For many years, scientists around the world followed the activities of the spacecraft with bated breath and witnessed the amazing discoveries that it made. So, what did Cassini discover on and around Saturn? The probe carefully studied the satellites of the planet, sending images of newly discovered sites to Earth, literally plunged into the ice rings of the giant, and also studied the stormy atmosphere, discovering an unusual hurricane at one of Saturn's poles, something for which no analogs exist in the entire solar system. The last days of the probe were no less captivating than its life. They programmed a 2-part finale. First, scientists planned a series of probe flights between the Saturnian rings, and this was a very risky maneuver. But contrary to fears, Cassini did a great job. But in addition, for part 2 of this finale, a sad mission was assigned to the device. What exactly was it? Cassini had to sacrifice itself so as not to pollute the satellites of Saturn with its possible fall, where, according to some astronomers, certain life forms could possibly be developing. And by the way, this applies not only to Enceladus with its subglacial ocean. In other words, the Cassini life cycle was very rich and eventful, and the probe didn't lose contact with Earth's scientists until the very end. So, what was the mission this interplanetary traveler is famous for, and where did the device finally meet its demise? I'll tell you all about it in a few moments. Thanks to Cassini, we've greatly expanded our knowledge of Saturn's rings. In past centuries, they were spoken of in the singular form because it was believed that this was some kind of big hoop hovering around the planet. This in particular was mentioned by Christian Huygens, whose name was later given to the descent vehicle, which was part of the Cassini AMS. The rings of Saturn were first discovered by Galileo Galilei in the 17th century, and since then, countless fantastical stories were hypothesized by scientists regarding this strange formation. However, I digress from the mission of the legendary device. Thanks to Cassini, numerous myths were dispelled, as astronomers discovered that the rings are actually composed of ice inclusions of various sizes, with impurities of dust and organic compounds. There are 4 rings, and the last of them is thinner than the others. Their diameter is huge, about 250,000 kilometers, while the thickness of the formation never reaches even 1,000 meters. In many places, there are voids, or peculiar mountainous agglomerations consisting of stones and ice. But overall, it's extremely heterogeneous, and the amount of matter in the rings is so insignificant that if all the stone and ice blocks were united into a single big lump, its diameter wouldn't exceed 100 kilometers. But these parameters could change depending on the intrusion of other space objects, for example, flying comets. Cassini also studied the moons of Saturn, and there are an incredible 82 of them. Some astronomers compare Saturn's system with our solar system, where the rings symbolize the asteroid belts. Isn't that quite the original analogy? Imagine the essentially fragile piece of metal named Cassini, crammed with hardware, hurtling at over 120,000 kilometers per hour towards its final destination, the vast, hazy, gaseous Saturn. Might you think we're describing a direct flight to the giant planet? No, this is in fact what the probe's death in Saturn's atmosphere looked like. It was the fate that scientists prepared for it, or rather, they were forced to do so. But before the death of the device, there was still a lot to explore, so let's not get ahead of ourselves. After its arrival in 2004, Cassini became the first artificial satellite of the gas giant, flying around it at a speed of 15 kilometers per second. During this time, it approached many of the planet's satellites. For example, Snow White and Enceladus, Mysterious Titan, and others. But what was the most surprising discovery in the entire mission of the interplanetary vehicle? This is undoubtedly the legendary hexagon of Saturn, a giant stable hurricane located at the north pole of the planet. The hurricane's diameter is 25,000 kilometers. That means this storm could easily absorb several such cosmic bodies as our Earth, which is just 8,000 kilometers in diameter. Cassini found that the vortex literally grows into the atmosphere of the planet, pushing over 100 kilometers into it. In fairness, it should be noted that the hexagon was seen earlier by the Voyager spacecraft, but due to the extremely poor quality of the images, no one paid much attention to the structure. Cassini, which first photographed the extraordinary storm from a distance of more than 2 million kilometers, demonstrated to the whole world that we're dealing with a hurricane of planetary scale and enormous power. At the same time, the craft found that unlike the stable shape of its funnel, its color depended on the season and changed from bluish to golden. By the way, on Saturn, autumn follows summer, turning into winter and then spring, according to the same principle as here on Earth. This is facilitated by the tilt of the poles. When the northern part of the planet receives more sunlight, the hurricane, bathed in rays of light from our sun, acquires a golden halo. In winter, accordingly, the storm turns dark blue. So, how do scientists explain the appearance of this titanic hexagon? Most likely, it was helped along by the movement of atmospheric masses during Saturn's rapid rotation. But what about the enchanting death of Cassini? Has it brought any benefit to science? Yes, and it's huge. Returning to the hexagonal vortex, the probe photographed it again when its mission was coming to an end. It also discovered stone rains on Saturn, provoked by the permanent destruction of the planet's rings. When dust and ice particles enter the giant's atmosphere, despite a decent distance, this happens regularly, they break up into small fragments. So tons of ice and stones fall on Saturn every second. There's no conceivable umbrella that could offer protection from such a devastating rain. how does this threaten the rings of Saturn? Obviously, if the situation doesn't change, then very soon the planet will lose this distinctive feature. And it doesn't matter that the rings contain particles up to 100 meters in diameter, they too can fall over time. Do you wonder what the reason is for this strange phenomenon? It turns out that ice particles have a constant charge, and the core of Saturn is surrounded by so-called metallic hydrogen, which generates the planet's magnetic field. Both structures are attracted to each other, like hair to a rubbed balloon, hence the attraction and destruction of the rings, gradually giving up their particles to the planet. There's a mystery that Cassini was only able to solve at the end of its mission. And here I'm talking about the age of the rings. Astronomers were puzzled for a long time. Are the rings younger than the planet, or were they formed at the same time it was formed? It turns out that the age of the rings varies from 10 to 100 million years. So when life first appeared on Earth, and for most of its existence, Saturn didn't have its rings. Such conclusions were arrived at by scientists after obtaining data on the size and brightness of these objects. If the rings were older, then their brightness would decrease significantly due to the systematic accumulation of space debris. By the way, according to one theory, the rings appeared when Saturn attracted a very large icy satellite. As a result, the giant planet simply tore the object into small fragments gravitationally. To the honor of Cassini, it's worth remembering that even dying in the poisonous atmosphere of Saturn, it continued to fulfill its mission and was able to capture the clouds of the gas giant, achieving the closest possible distance to them. Thanks to this tiny but persistent and fearless apparatus, we got to know huge, distant Saturn better. Through the eyes of the probe, we saw a magnificent whirlwind of epic proportions, learned about stone rains, and also were able to view the satellites and rings of the planet, revealing some of their secrets along the way. Meanwhile, Saturn continues to rotate in the company of Tethys, Iapetus, Mimas, Enceladus, Titan, and the other cosmic bodies that organically complement it. It's likely that many more missions will be organized to the giant planet, and perhaps our descendants will even spend their holidays in its orbit. But the achievements of Cassini will never fade.
We live in an interesting and pretty dynamic time. This fact was proved once again by the Chinese, who launched the Chang'e 4 automatic interplanetary station to study the reverse side of the Moon. The Moon has always interested Earthlings more than other celestial bodies, and now the big time has come. Now humanity will surely find out what hides on the so-called dark side of the Moon, which, by the way, is illuminated by the sun no less than the light one. The Chang'e 4 lander, named after the Chinese pantheon lunar goddess, successfully launched from the Zhejiang Cosmodrome on December 7th, 2018, while aboard a Long March 3B launch vehicle. On January 3, 2019, in the early morning after a 26-day flight, Chang'e 4 made a soft landing on the lunar surface. The mission started as a sensation. Soon Chang'e 4 sent a series of excellent panoramic images of the Moon in its natural form to Earth. Here's the Moon Gallery. This is the historical photo taken by the stationary module. Now take a close look. What is it? The wheel of the lunar rover before it left the overpass. And here are the images showing how the Yutu-2 rover carefully slides into the lunar dust. Look intently at this photo. It shows how the lunar rover begins to move. A landmark video was also shot that captured the moment of landing. Right now, you're watching a fragment of video from the onboard camera that captured the moment of the moon landing. A link to the full version is provided in the description. The first picture shocked the world. It turned out that the color of the dust of the moon isn't the same as expected. According to the photo, the lunar views are more like a reddish Martian landscape. Later, the reason became clear. The image was made by uncalibrated cameras, hence the unusual effect. It's explained relatively simply. If you set different color temperature parameters on the camera equipment, the images may differ in both warm and cool shades. Let's give an example. Now the camera is set to a temperature of 2,500 kelvins. Let's see what happened as a result. Now let's try to take the same photo, but with the parameters of 10,000 kelvins. The effect is obvious. The same object, identical lighting, but there's a difference in the highlight. How to understand if the camera is calibrated correctly? For example, in the image of the Apollo 17 mission, a special multicolored marker is seen in the frame, which you can use to orient. On the right, there is an orange spot of land, although the rest of the landscape is gray. Next to it, we see an image with natural calibration. This photo of the lunar rover is from the TIK camera. Obviously, there is no redness, and now you have a view from the rover to the stationary module. It's noticeable that the shades slightly differ, since the lunar rover has a camera with different calibration settings. But most importantly, we have the first full 360-degree panorama of the landing site. You can find the full resolution version of the panorama in the description so that you can see the full-scale version in detail and enjoy the harsh lunar beauty. The landing site of the interplanetary station was the ancient impact crater of Theodore von Karman. It's part of a global formation called the South Pole Aitken Basin. It's the largest crater on the Moon and in the solar system. Its dimensions are 2,400 by 2,050 kilometers, and its depth varies from 8 to 16 kilometers. Before landing, Chang'e 4 first used the technology of preliminary scanning of the terrain to determine the most acceptable landing location. It's worth noting that the launch of Chang'e 4 is part of China's lunar program, which involves a phased study of the Moon. The mission consists of 3 stages. The second intermediate stage is aimed at organizing soft landings of lunar rovers on the Moon. The last stage of the program is planned for this year. Now let's get back to Yutu 2. A few hours after the lunar landing, the Chinese 140-kilogram Jade Hare 2 rover moved unhindered from the lander and safely fell into a week-long hibernation. Meanwhile, the Chang'e 4 station passed a long fire test. The lunar day turned out to be a hot thing. What is the lunar rover equipped with to perform its task efficiently? It's literally stuffed with useful things. 4 panoramic cameras, the georadar for probing regolith layers, an infrared spectrometer, and an atomic analyzer that calculates the intensity of interaction between the solar wind and the lunar surface. All devices were developed by the best engineering labs in the world. For example, the radiometer was created by German specialists. It will help measure the degree of radiation attacks that future astronauts will be exposed to. The energy potential of the lunar rover is supported by an atomic source that works due to the decay of plutonium-238. What hopes do scientists have for the Yutu-2 lunar rover? First of all, this is a fence and soil study. Experts hope to find fragments of rock on the Moon knocked out by meteorites from under the upper layers of the mantle. This will shed some light on the geological structure of the Moon. The lunar rover will also measure the temperature amplitudes of day and night and try to find water. Among other things, the mission will allow scientists to test the capabilities of deep space communications and conduct low-frequency radio astronomy observations because on the reverse side of the Moon, interference from the Earth isn't a problem for the equipment. This will shed light on understanding the nature of radiation that was present in the early stages of the universe. To hear the Chang'e 4 station, which is located outside the line of sight, a Queqiao relay satellite was launched. Its name literally translates as Magpie Bridge. The probe entered orbit at the Lagrange point, making it equally visible from the Earth and the Moon. What did the little Yutu-2 do during this time? We don't want to disappoint you, but the rover was mostly asleep. After coming out of hibernation mode on January 10, 2019, Yutu-2 was busy doing a photo session for 4 days. And on January 14th, With the onset of a harsh lunar night, the device and the lander fell into a life-saving hibernation again, because as soon as the sun's rays stop illuminating the surface of the moon, the temperature there drops to minus 190 degrees. On January 29, the rover finally continued its mission. The most important experiment, which has no analogues in the history of cosmonautics, was a biological experiment with plants and insect eggs. A container simulating the conditions of the artificial biosphere is installed on board the station. In the pressure chamber was placed land, water, air, potato seeds, rapeseed, Arabidopsis, cotton, Drosophila eggs, and yeast fungi. The heat controller maintains a constant temperature of plus 25 degrees Celsius in the container. After the Chang'e 4 landed, the seeds were immediately watered, and what a miracle! 12 days later, the cameras recorded the germination of cotton. This is a major breakthrough because this has never happened on the surface of another celestial body. Due to the onset of the moonlit night, the support mode was disabled and the experiment ended, but the beginning was made. Research in this area will be expanded and supplemented. This will help to gain experience for the organization of future lunar bases, which will have to create such ecosystems. The mission made China famous. No spacecraft has ever landed on the far side of the moon before, but the lunar rover will have a difficult task. On February 27, the Xinhua news agency reported that the spacecraft encountered the first difficulties associated with the complex terrain of the lunar surface. Despite the presence of 6 maneuverable wheels and 4-wheel drive base, the Yutu-2 is difficult to move. So the team is slightly puzzled and looking for acceptable routes for the lunar rover. Obstacles are unavoidable, and the flight organizers didn't expect the mission to be easy. One thing is important. A detailed study of the reverse side of the moon was undertaken not to find evidence of a lunar conspiracy, but to make life easier for future colonists who will find themselves in an alien, aggressive, and extreme environment. A new era of space exploration and the preparation of a manned mission to the moon has begun. This gives us hope that our descendants will be able to fly to neighboring planets on vacation.
No matter how much we study space, our brain is not able to truly grasp the amazing fact that the universe is infinite. However, a recent discovery may give scientists a reason to rethink everything. Is it possible that the universe has a border? And what kind of flaming wall did NASA probes find on the edge of the solar system? Scientific researchers have long debated the existence of an intergalactic boundary between the solar system and interstellar space. However, until recently, human technologies could not allow us to obtain data from such remote areas. Everything changed thanks to NASA space probes. For the first time, a strange luminous wall on the border of the solar system was discovered in 1992 using the Voyager 1 probe. Back then, scientists considered the existence of this barrier only in theory. However, from 2007 to 2017, NASA scientists launched the New Horizons spacecraft and scanned the sky 7 times to determine the presence of strange ultraviolet light, which Voyager 1 recorded 30 years ago at the so-called border of the solar system. The device received an overview of this ultraviolet emission in the range of 360 degrees and confirmed the registration of excess ultraviolet radiation far from the Sun. Its data is almost identical to the measurements taken by Voyager 1. We see a threshold between the vicinity of the Sun and the galaxy, says Leslie Young of the Southwest Research Institute. What is this threshold, and why was it formed? The fact is that all the planets of the solar system are under the influence of the so-called solar wind. It's a continuous stream of charged particles that are emitted by the solar corona and form plasma. It's this plasma that creates the heliosphere in the form of an elongated bubble around our entire solar system. However, at the edge of the solar system, the solar wind completely dies down, and behind it, interstellar space begins, which is mainly filled with hydrogen. The glowing wall that Voyager discovered is the result of the collision of the solar wind with interstellar forces from uncharged hydrogen atoms. It's assumed that helioparticles colliding with hydrogen lose their speed. Kinetic energy is converted into thermal energy, and a so-called hydrogen wall is formed at the border, which scatters ultraviolet light in a special way. Does this mean that the NASA probe can literally hit the wall? In order to answer this question, let's see what this border is. Scientists have officially named this barrier the Wall of Fire. Let's imagine that we're passengers on the Voyager probe and are looking out the window. Our location is 90 astronomical units from the Sun. The device is gradually approaching the hydrogen wall. The first thing you see in front of you is a zone where the solar wind can no longer withstand the interstellar wind. First, a shockwave appears in the heliosphere, an area in which the wind speed drops sharply, but its density increases. Thanks to NASA research, we already know that the magnetic field here has a strange foam-like structure. This is due to the fact that magnetized matter and small space objects form local magnetic fields that can be compared to bubbles. Then we fly through the heliospheric mantle. Our location is 100 AU from the Sun. This is a zone of turbulence where the solar wind is slowed down and compressed. When the solar wind speed gradually drops to zero, we find ourselves in the so-called heliopause. Here, the pressure of the solar wind is no longer capable of pushing back interstellar matter. Thus, the solar wind mixes with the interstellar wind, and finally, here it is, the hydrogen wall border. Despite the fact that there are no border guards here, it will be difficult for us to fly through this area. We can say that it resembles a real hell. The hydrogen wall contains colossal masses of incandescent plasma. According to the Voyager 2 space probe, the temperature here ranges from 30 to 50,000 degrees Celsius. This hot wall creates a kind of barrier that protects our solar system and prevents about 70% of cosmic radiation from passing through. This is good news, because if such protection fails, we would suddenly be in interstellar space. It's highly likely that we would not be able to survive in such conditions due to the high level of radiation. If that happened, life on Earth would look like post-apocalyptic or nuclear winter movie scenes. However, the solar system border has a more interesting feature. It has a low density, so NASA probes can pass through it. The main task is for the equipment to survive the flight through the hot plasma. So far, a piece of Voyager 1's equipment, which is responsible for data transmission, broke when trying to fly through the hot plasma barrier. Therefore, now all our hopes fall on Voyager 2, which, according to the latest data, has not yet reached interstellar space and is temporarily stuck in the transition zone. NASA scientists continue to receive signals from it, but at the moment are not sure if it will ever be possible for humans to travel through this barrier of burning plasma. So far, we cannot predict how interstellar radiation will affect spacecraft passengers. But suppose our technology made such a flight possible. What would happen when we fly through the plasma? So let's imagine that we managed to accomplish the impossible. We crossed the border and, in a sense, found ourselves in a new reality, which no longer has anything to do with life in the solar system. What will happen next? So far, we can only guess about it. There's a hypothesis that a head shockwave awaits us behind the wall. It has the shape of an arc of a stretched bow and looks like a wave that occurs on the water's surface in front of a moving vessel. The head wave will arise if the interstellar matter moves towards the Sun at supersonic speed. However, this wave may not exist. A study published based on the analysis of data from the IBEX probe indicates that the speed of our heliosphere through interstellar matter is not fast enough for this. These conclusions are confirmed by the data of the Voyager spacecraft. But in order to find out what exists there beyond the hydrogen border, we'll have to wait for new data. And now it's time to return to the question posited at the beginning of the video. Does the universe have a border? Since we found out that our solar system has a visible border, a logical question arises: can we apply this pattern to the entire universe? The fact is that over the past few years, there have been many scientific discoveries that give us more and more interesting hints that the universe is not infinite. For example, if we assume that the universe is infinite, then we should talk about its infinity not only in space, but also in time. This means that such a universe would have to have an infinite number of stars. However, when you look at the sky at night, you see dark gaps between the stars. This tells us that the cosmos has not existed forever, and according to the Big Bang Theory, there's a point in time at which the universe begins. Our world has not always existed, and all this refutes the theory of the eternity of the universe, and accordingly, its infinity. The problem is that long-distance travel takes light years, and so scientists always get outdated data. Moreover, we don't see all galaxies. 13 billion years is the maximum available to us, says Neil Cornish, an astrophysicist at Montana State University. Thus, there's a barrier of relic radiation for our vision. It was formed 380,000 years after the Big Bang, when the universe expanded and cooled so much that atoms appeared. This radiation can be compared to a childhood photograph of space, where it was captured before the stars appeared. However, behind this barrier there could be either borders or an endlessly continuing universe. We cannot get unambiguous data whether the universe has an end or not. But using mathematical calculations and exploring the microcosm, scientists have already built working theories and even suggested what shape the universe actually has. You can find out more about this in a video that I released earlier. Recently, scientists received a strange signal from the planet Proxima b. What if there is intelligent life there? Do you want to know how this signal was decoded? Subscribe to my new Hubble channel by clicking on the link below this video. I assure you that what we managed to find out shocked the scientific world. The Earth is the cradle of human civilization, but fields, mountains, oceans, and blue skies, the view that we're used to observing from its surface is somewhat subjective. From space, the Earth looks completely different, as evidenced by numerous photographs. Why did we suddenly decide to talk about our own planet? First, it is a celestial body, one of trillions of others in the universe. And secondly, every April 22nd, we celebrate Earth Day. Earth Day aims to draw humanity's close attention to the fragility and vulnerability of our planet. The Earth is a unique celestial body, but in some respects similar to other participants in stellar systems. The third planet from the Sun, the largest of all the objects of the terrestrial group, the same stone spheres like it. Its uniqueness is that the Earth is the only planet known to science on which there is life. Neither on Mars, nor on Venus, nor on Mercury forests rustle, springs murmur, nor human beings swarm like giant ants. Very few of us have managed to see the Earth from above. Those lucky ones, for example, were the temporary inhabitants of the ISS. Basically, Earth was captured by many probes, and not only from nearby. So, how did this long-term photo shoot start? The world's first photo of Earth from space was taken from an A4 or V2 suborbital rocket. It was launched from the White Sands Missile Range and after a while reached the Apogee Point, located 105 kilometers above the Earth's surface. From there, on October 24, 1946, a series of images was taken, one of which flew around the world. After this, there would be many significant, amazing, and memorable shots, but this one will forever remain in history as the pioneer shot, the very first. Everyone knows that on April 2, 1961, Yuri Gagarin became the first person to fly into space. Oddly enough, the astronaut did not take pictures. He only described what he saw on the radio. Therefore, the first astronaut to photograph the Earth was Alan Shepard, who made a suborbital flight in the same year as Gagarin. He took a picture of our planet from an altitude of more than 180 kilometers. After, on August 6, 1961, German Titov, the youngest Soviet cosmonaut, performed similar actions. Check out one of the most controversial photos ever seen of the Apollo 17 astronauts landing in 1972. In it, Harrison Schmitt sets the U.S. flag against the background of a tiny sickle of a distant Earth. For many years, there was a debate about whether it was a staged photo or a real one. History will judge the disputants. But if you look at other images with the image of the Earth and the Moon, then there's no doubt that the events really took place outside of our planet. Let's leave the skeptics alone and turn to other, no less epic photographs. One of the most famous photographs is the Blue Marble. It was taken on December 7, 1972, again by the Apollo 17 crew, after which the photo rapidly zipped around the world. The famous image shows the Earth from a distance of about 29,000 kilometers, generously illuminated by the sun. The next picture clearly demonstrates the change of day and night, the so-called Earth separator. The author of the photograph is one of the astronauts of the Apollo 11 mission. This conventional line passes through every point of our planet twice a day, in the morning and in the evening. Perhaps right now it's just above your city. From what celestial body was the Earth photographed for the first time without taking the Moon into account? It's easy to guess. From our closest neighbor, Mars. The image taken by Voyager 1 in 1977 is not in high resolution, but for the first time, it shows our planet together with its satellite as a space mini-conglomerate. Outwardly, not much different from other participants in the solar system. A curious viewer may be indignant. Why are we looking at ancient photographs? What about modern telescopes and probes? Have they not captured anything worthy of attention? Of course, there are tons of fresh photos of the Earth. For example, a great image of the globe showing night illumination of different parts of our planet is outstanding. This image was taken in 2016 by the Suomi NPP meteorological satellite. As you can see, spacecraft are gradually taking away from people the right to independently document the accessible corners of the universe. The next image belongs to the cameras of the artificial satellite of the Moon, Kaguya. In the picture taken in 2008, you can once again see the Earth through the eyes of its faithful companion, the Moon. Exactly 10 years later, the Longjiang 2 probe, which visited our satellite together with the Chinese Chang'e 4 transponder, transmitted several images of the Earth from the lunar surface, including this one. It shows a sharp contrast between two worlds' antipodes, a dead stone densely strewn with regolith and a living, hospitable planet. Is this really see all the documentary footage that humanity has at its disposal. By no means. The Earth's photo session is just beginning, given how many plans to launch unmanned interplanetary spacecraft have been announced by NASA in recent years. In the meantime, let's return to the already existing pictures. Here's the first image. The Discover satellite, located 1.5 million kilometers from the Earth at the Lagrange point, managed to capture a unique scene: the passage of the Moon across the Earth's disk. Voyager 1 is not the only probe that managed to capture the Earth in a lens from the vicinity of Mars. It was also captured by the Curiosity rover from the surface of the Red Planet. This happened in 2014 from a distance of about 160 million kilometers. How about photographs of our planet from surrounding objects other than the Moon and Mars? There are some, and even more than you think. Let's go in order, starting with the first planet from the Sun. On May 6, 2010, the Messenger probe captured the Earth and the Moon from the orbit of Mercury, which is at that moment at a distance of 183 million kilometers. In the photo, both objects appear simply as two bright dots. An interesting story happened in 2013 with the Cassini probe. The device was filming Saturn so detailed and selflessly that the Earth accidentally got into its lens. Of course, the Moon cannot be seen from such a distance. And here is the intermediate result of the OSIRIS-REx probe, which was sent to the asteroid Bennu for the purpose of collecting soil. The first image shows the Earth and the Moon from a distance of 5 million kilometers, and the second from more than 63 million kilometers. But the most distant image of the Earth is the legendary pale blue dot, taken on February 14, 1990 by Voyager 1 from a distance of 6.4 billion kilometers. That is near the orbit of Pluto, a lonely, dull, barely noticeable star which is our only home, looks lost and lonely among the universal darkness. Therefore, as Carl Sagan urged, humanity needs to do its best to preserve the fragile balance in the glowing light of life, which for some unknown reason ignited in the cosmic darkness. If you agree with the great scientist, be sure to like and subscribe. The more likes we have, the more interesting content the Hubble channel produces, as it has already happened by tradition. If under this video we manage to collect 1,000 thumbs up, a new, very exciting video will be released immediately. The main thing to remember is, educational videos promote the development of intelligence, and don't you forget it. What object do you imagine when you hear the word planet? Earth? Jupiter? Pluto? Whatever your imagination conjures, when you mention planets, you almost always see something spherical. But the universe is diverse, so there are no stable patterns. Even in our solar system, there's a celestial body that completely destroys all stereotypes. This is Haumea, a dwarf planet orbiting 7.5 billion kilometers from the Sun in the arms of the Kuiper Belt. But in this global torus, there are many other exotic bodies. So why are we talking about this one? There are several reasons. Let's get to know Haumea better. This humble dwarf planet is classified as a trans-Neptunian object. That is, a celestial body whose orbit lies outside icy Neptunes. Haumea is also ranked among Plutoids, dwarf planets that correspond to a certain classification. In particular, their mass must be sufficient for gravity to transform them into a kind of sphere. Among other things, these objects are not required to clear the space around them, as required by the title of full-fledged planet. Iris, Makemake, and Pluto, which were recently expelled from among the main participants of the solar system, are also ranked as Plutoids. And now the strangeness begins. Haumea is the fastest rotating planet of any kind in our immediate environment. Even Jupiter, the legendary sprinter of the solar system, can't keep up with it. The period of Haumea's revolution around its own axis is only about 3 hours, and this is an absolute record among objects known to astronomers. As a result, the shape of this dwarf planet is not similar to other bodies of stellar systems. Haumea is a classical ellipsoid. Unfortunately, it's not yet possible to observe the object up close, but astrophysicists note significant fluctuations in brightness. The diameter of the ellipsoid is about 1,700 kilometers along its equator and 1,130 from pole to pole. The indicated data, obtained in 2017, have been repeatedly refined and corrected. The half-axis of its orbit is 6.5 billion kilometers, and the minimum distance at which Haumea approaches the Sun is 5.2 billion kilometers. Accordingly, a year on this dwarf planet lasts about 280 Earth years, almost 3 centuries. What does this strange dwarf planet look like? Most likely it's covered with grainy ice, a kind of ice with sand in it. When scientists began to monitor the physical parameters of Haumea, an interesting paradox was discovered. It was previously believed that its density is higher than its neighbors in the Kuiper Belt, but updated data forced us to revise this information. The density indices turned out to be much lower than the initial ones, which did not fit into any model characterizing a homogeneous body in hydrostatic equilibrium. Therefore, a conclusion was made about a cardinal difference of the composition of Haumea. Perhaps inside this dwarf planet there's a heavy stone core, which, like a featherbed, is covered by a loose mantle of ice. I wonder how comfortable the conditions are on this distant, tiny dwarf planet. It appears to be not for everybody. And if the concept of sand mentioned earlier is firmly associated with sunny beaches, I must disappoint you. The temperature on the surface of Haumea is not at all resort temperature. It's minus 223 degrees Celsius. The atmosphere on the celestial body also won't make you happy. It simply doesn't exist. Consequently, Haumea is not blown by hurricanes or freshened up by downpours. Granular ice covers the dwarf planet, mostly watery but with non-trivial inclusions. In particular, potassium cyanide was found in the spectrum. This addition is a little bit creepy. Among the dwarf planets, Haumea is in the leading position and occupies the 4th place in size. Imagine a huge, madly spinning stone egg. The dissimilarity of this dwarf planet to others is associated with its sad past. Scientists believe that Haumea suffered a major disaster long ago. The sudden expansion of a huge asteroid or other celestial object gave it a higher rotational speed and also contributed to the appearance of 2 satellites. By the way, if you carefully examine the surface of this dwarf planet, then a trace of this monstrous collision is visible even now, a small pink spot, although it might be just a collection of colored minerals. When mentioning the satellites of this dwarf planet, it's also worth recalling the history of its discovery and attempts to assign it a name. The celestial body was found relatively recently. The official date is July 29, 2005, and the discovery was at the center of a dispute by 2 groups of scientists who both claimed the discovery at the same time. The dispute was eventually resolved, and with it, the planet was given its full name, along with a catalog number. It was decided to be named after the Hawaiian goddess of fertility. The satellites of Haumea were named according to the same principle. They were named Namaka and Hiaka. These are the names of the daughters of the Hawaiian deity. Interestingly, before being included in the catalog, astronomers called the larger satellite Rudolph after one of Santa Claus's reindeer. Why such a strange choice? Plain and simple. Unofficially, the dwarf planet Haumea was discovered in 2004, right after Christmas. So in certain circles, it was called Santa for a long time. How do the satellites of the dwarf planet surprise astronomers? The first moon, Hiaka, has a diameter of 300 110 kilometers. A year on this satellite lasts 49 days. Namaka is much smaller. Its mass is a tenth that of its neighbor, and its diameter is fixed at about 170 kilometers. It revolves around its parent planet in 18 days. Both satellites are gradually moving away from Haumea. This happens slowly and imperceptibly, similar to our moon, which is also slowly and almost imperceptibly moving away from the vicinity of the Earth. Astronomers suggest that the appearance of Haumea's satellites is also the result of an ancient collision. Now, guess what connects the planet Haumea with the giant Saturn? It turns out it's the ring system. Of course, they're not as epic as those of the ringed giant, but the very presence of such a structure next to an object of such an insignificant size says a lot. The rings are about 70 kilometers in width and have a radius of 2,300 kilometers. The uniqueness of the phenomenon lies in the fact that Haumea is the only trans-Neptunian object surrounded by such a hoop. It's believed that the moons, the rings, and the unusual form of Haumea are all links of the same chain, which appeared as a result of an incredibly powerful catastrophe. Will we ever be able to explore this mysterious world? Hypothetically, this is possible. If you send an automated interplanetary probe in the indicated direction in 2025, then it will reach Haumea in a decade and a half. In this case, a gravitational maneuver around Jupiter is mandatory. Without it, achieving the required acceleration of the probe is impossible. On April 29, 2019, the Parkes Radio Telescope in Australia recorded a strange radio signal from Proxima Centauri, the closest star system to the Sun. The frequency of this signal is 980 megahertz, which is usually used by satellites. It has all the properties of radio transmission that are not found in natural sources, and that can only be achieved with the help of artificial technologies. During the observation, this radio signal shifted slightly, which resembled the shift caused by the movement of the planet. What does all of this mean? According to The Guardian, this is the first serious candidate for communication with an alien civilization. At the moment, scientists are puzzled. How can this phenomenon be explained? By a curious coincidence, the exoplanet Proxima b is located in this constellation. It's one of the closest planets known to us where Earth-like life could arise. What are the chances for humanity to colonize this planet? How many people would be needed for such an expedition? And if life already exists there, will the locals welcome us? If there is a form of life in Proxima Centauri, which sends us signals, this should have happened on the planet Proxima b. In fact, it's located in the so-called habitable zone, a conditional area which, according to calculations, provides the planet with conditions as close as possible to those on Earth. The planet orbits at a distance of about 7 million kilometers from its star, Proxima Centauri c. For comparison, the distance between the Earth and the Sun is about 150 million kilometers. However, the star Proxima Centauri c has a weaker luminosity than the Sun, so the local exoplanet receives just enough heat so that water on its surface can exist as a liquid and not freeze into eternal ice, and the local temperature there is probably the same like on Earth. In terms of weight and size, Proxima b turned out to be practically the twin of Earth. It's 1.17 times the mass of our planet. What does it mean for us, the inhabitants of the Earth? Perhaps we should leave cold Mars alone and look for a more attractive candidate for colonization. Is it realistic for a person to settle on Proxima b? My answer is short. It is. But it's very far away, and it is a problem. It's 4.24 light-years away. this flight will be long. The maximum possible speed of a modern spacecraft is about 343,000 kilometers per hour. At this speed, humanity will be able to reach Proxima b in 6,500 years. However, when interstellar travel becomes possible, this time will be reduced to 630 years. If your ancestor, who participated in the Crusades in the 14th century, had gone on such an interstellar expedition, then only now would he be able to land on Proxima b. So I have bad news for you. If you go on such a journey, you're unlikely to live to see its end. But there is good news. Instead of you, your great-grandson in the 6th generation will be able to reach Proxima. How many people will be needed for such an expedition? To calculate the ideal crew for the colonization of Proxima b, French scientists used the Special Heritage Program. It's based on the so-called Monte Carlo method, which calculates all scenarios for the development of events, including the life and death of crew members. Random factors are also taken into account, even disasters and diseases, which vary depending on the number of people who are most likely to be prone to them. As a result, French scientists managed to find out to organize a successful spaceflight to the planet Proxima b, only 98 people are needed, 49 men and 49 women. This number of astronauts will allow the crew not only to survive, but also to produce healthy offspring and completely eliminate incest, with the exception of the early stages of flight. The optimal fertile window turned out to be the age from 32 to 40 years. By giving birth to children during this period, people will be able to ensure a stable increase in the ship's population and maintain a balance between young and old crew members. In addition, in this case, the epidemic that might occur in the middle of the trip will not lead to the complete death of all members of the expedition. But let me remind you, before the first Earthling reaches the exoplanet, about 6 generations will change on board the spacecraft. Many people will spend their entire lives on a ship. Their entire world will be limited to spaceflight and stargazing. Their immune systems and physiology will be different. They'll never see the sky and the sun. Although it seems to me their consciousness could be immersed in a virtual world where they could get all the vivid earthly experience. What will happen when they finally reach their destination? There are several options for the development of events. The first scenario: there will be no water and air there. First, because of such proximity to the star, an uncontrolled greenhouse effect could have very likely occurred on Proxima b. This in turn should have led to the complete drying of the planet and the evaporation of the oceans. For example, the same thing once happened with Venus. Secondly, in this zone, the planet had to be under the continuous influence of hard radiation and solar wind, which should also have led to the loss of water and atmosphere over time. Third, scientists recently registered a flare that increased the brightness of the star 1,000 times in 10 seconds. To survive such events, Proxima b must have the same powerful magnetic field as Earth and a dense atmosphere. But so far, we know too little about the history of this planet, and recent calculations give hope that it could still preserve the conditions for an Earth-like life. The second scenario: we'll land on an inhabited planet. According to scientists from NASA, Proxima b may still be habitable. If we assume that Proxima b was formed farther from its star and only later on moved into its current orbit, then the planet could have avoided overheating and radiation, saving water and air. In addition, it cannot be ruled out that initially there was a lot of water on the planet, maybe 10 times more than on Earth. Then, even if Proxima b has lost 90% of its water, there will still be enough of it to form an entire ocean. But what about the radiation flare that scientists have recently registered? There's a possibility that initially the planet was surrounded by a dense hydrogen cloud, which took the hit of the star's hard radiation and evaporated, leaving a habitable atmosphere underneath. In this case, our expedition will land on a green planet suitable for habitation. Perhaps there will be intelligent inhabitants on it. How do you think they'll react to earthly immigrants like us? I think that the instinct to survive and defend one's territory is something that is inherent in any living creature. Therefore, even if the locals turn out to be humane, they're unlikely to be happy to share their planet with us. The third scenario, we will face an alternative life form. Usually, when we look for extraterrestrial life, we rely on the fact that it should have formed in biochemical conditions that are similar to terrestrial ones. However, what if life could form even on a planet where there's no air and water? For example, biologist Jack Cohen and mathematician Ian Stewart argue that astrobiology based on the hypothesis of a unique Earth is limited and dismal. They suggest that life could have arisen in other conditions, but not based on carbon. Silicon is most often referred to as an alternative to carbon, and ammonia as an alternative to water. Thus, we can assume that on Proxima b we'll encounter strange, different creatures who were able to build an advanced civilization and send radio signals to other constellations. Who will be more advanced, they or we? Write your opinion in the comments. However, even if we successfully get to Proxima b and the locals meet us, so to speak, with the bread and salt of hospitality, the inconvenient moment that you read earlier continues to bother me. The flight will take 630 years. I don't know about you, but I wouldn't board the ship knowing that I wouldn't make it to the end. What can such a flight be compared to? For example, when the ancient Greeks thought about traveling to Mars, they calculated that even the fastest horse would take tens of thousands of years to gallop there. All the horses in the world at that time would not have been enough, just as now all the energy of our planet is not enough to get to Proxima b in at least 100 years. But the same ancient Greeks could not even imagine that in the year 2021, we will safely fly to Mars, receive regular photographs from there, and organize its colonization. Do you see what I'm trying to say? We understand the universe at some level, but in order to accelerate to greater speeds, we also need to penetrate deep into the atom and understand how it all works. Take chemistry, for example. All rocket fuel is based on chemical reactions, but we still don't know what gravity is, how it works, and what role it plays if you're flying in outer space from one star to another. Someone will sooner or later come up with the equivalent of a modern engine for traveling between star systems. It will be something fundamentally new, which is still difficult to even imagine. And here I have good news for you. Interesting projects already exist.
On the 13th of February, 2019, the world said goodbye to the Opportunity probe, Earth's hard-working electronic envoy on Mars. The last connection with it was made on the 10th of June, 2018. Then, due to a global dust storm, the probe fell into forced hibernation due to non-working solar panels, covered with Martian sand. Scientists have made numerous attempts to contact the Opportunity, but it never responded. It was collectively decided to wind down the mission as not profitable. The device has been working on Mars since January 2004, showing many useful discoveries and beautiful photos. Opportunity exceeded all expectations. Firstly, in duration of its stay on the Red Planet. Instead of the required 90 sols, just over 92 Earth days, the probe stayed on Mars for about 5,500 days, or about 15 years. During this time, the device walked more than 45 kilometers. let's track the path of a small but efficient machine, lost in the sands of a distant planet until the device became a part of history. Let's start with the appearance of the long-lived probe. The Opportunity's characteristics. The device, launched from Cape Canaveral in 2003, weighs 185 kilograms. Due to the much lower gravity on Mars, this weight corresponds to 70 kilograms. The Opportunity's size is 1.6 by 2.3 meters, and the height of the probe is 1.5 meters. Starting point of the journey. Opportunity landed in a different location from where it was supposed to, with an adjustment of 25 kilometers. But this fact turned out to be successful, because the probe landed exactly in a crater that astronomers didn't even dream of studying. The 22-meter deep hole was later named Eagle Crater. Opportunity landed on one of its slopes, 10 meters short of the outer edge of the meteorite crater. As soon as it landed on the surface, the probe took several panoramic images of the crater. Before the eyes of the Earthlings appeared a dry and desolate world, painted in brown shades. In the first day on Mars, the rover surprised its creators. The probe found areas where bedrock came to the surface. This, according to experts, indicates that there was once water on Mars. In general, the Meridian Plateau, located south of the equator, wasn't chosen as a landing site by chance. There is a lot of crystalline hematite here. It's a mineral formed only in terrestrial hot springs or reservoirs with stagnant water. This once again confirms the theory of the water past of Mars, and thousands of kilometers of the Meridian Plateau after research done by the probe is officially considered the bottom of the ancient ocean. Unique Martian Trench. No rover has ever tried to penetrate the Martian soil before. Opportunity managed to do it. In 22 minutes, maneuvering on one wheel while the others remained motionless, the probe dug a shallow 10-centimeter trench, half a meter long. But despite the tiny size of the moat, the device found something inside. The micro camera couldn't differentiate the soil because even for its resolution, it is too fine-grained. But it found shiny balls of the correct shape. This was the same hematite, aptly called by scientists blueberries. Earth clouds on the red planet. After Eagle Crater, the starting point of a 15-year journey, Opportunity headed for another meteor crater called Endurance. The crater was only 20 meters deep. The rover spent 6 months at its bottom, studying the ground layers, rocks, and convincing scientists that Mars once had seas and oceans. But the most amazing thing happened during the descent into Endurance. Opportunity recorded a fragment of the sky, where it captured the thinnest cirrus clouds resembling Earth. A Pioneer meteorite. The probe didn't travel the Martian wasteland for 15 years in vain. In many ways, it was the first to detect and do things that weren't done before. For example, after climbing out of Endurance Crater in January 2005, Opportunity was given the command to survey the landing site. There it found an iron-nickel meteorite called the Heat Shield Stone. Strange name, isn't it? But this is only at first glance. It's worth remembering where the stone lay, and everything becomes obvious. Heat shield rock was detected by the probe directly behind the heat shield dropped during landing. It wasn't possible to drill a basketball-sized rock using the tools installed on the probe. In any case, the heat shield stone was the first meteorite found on another planet. 40 days of incarceration. We are used to solving problems quickly here on Earth because a person has many levers to do this. But when remotely piloting a probe on Mars, everything plays against us. Communication lag, dust storms, and the dust itself, thick and viscous. This is where Opportunity got stuck on April 26, 2005. How would the process of liberation take place on Earth? Easily. Given the weight and size of the device, it would be easily pushed out of the resulting funnel. But this doesn't work on Mars. Moreover, at the unfortunate moment, the experienced Martian, Matt Damon, wasn't near the probe. It was necessary to act at a distance, which kept the device in a sandy captivity until June 4th. Only on May 13th, the saving operation began. Before this, the rescue strategy was developed and tested on Earth. All this time, the rover was completely immobilized for 40 long days. Long road stages. Over the years of traveling through the Mars deserts, Opportunity visited craters Erebus, Victoria, Concepcion, Santa Maria, a huge endeavor, the Perseverance and Marathon Valleys, the Mateyevich Hills and Salander, safely survived several dust storms and its parts failures, studied strange stones, gypsum veins, and unusual locations like Duck Lake or Greeley Haven. The rover collected a huge amount of data, from a detailed report on Mars weather and analysis of its soil, to fixing the visible passage of Mars moon Phobos against the background of the solar disk, and finding indirect evidence of the presence of fresh water after studying the Esperance 6 stone. It's proved that the boulder was washed by water with a neutral level of acidity billions of years ago. Previously, it was believed that a liquid similar to sulfuric acid flowed through the Martian valleys and potholes. Lethargic sleep near Endeavour crater. Opportunity fell into hibernation caused by an enormous dust storm on the slope of the huge 22-kilometer crater Endeavour. Nature, which had been raging for several months, turned the Martian day into a dark, bloody twilight. This was clearly recorded by Curiosity, a probe operating in a different location. The storm engulfed the entire planet, but it didn't cause significant damage to other rovers. But the solar-powered Opportunity died in its sleep. The critically low temperatures of the Martian night also played a negative role. Global attention to the mission closing isn't in vain. Being on Mars, the probe discovered a hitherto unknown desert world and studied it as much as possible, providing convincing evidence that Mars wasn't always dead and dry. Opportunity's era, which some 60 times exceeded the expected period of stay, ended when the last 9 attempts to establish communication ended unsuccessfully. But this isn't the end. The next missions are coming. Everything we know about this world ends sooner or later. Joy, suffering, love, a long road, an interesting journey, human life, this video, and a huge universe. Stop, though. We seem to be wrong about the latter. Or not. Astronomy has answered many questions that interest humanity. Thanks to this science, we learned that the Earth is round, and that the Sun is a huge hot ball, and there are billions of similar stars in the macrocosm. But scientists are not yet able to find out whether there's a boundary in the vast universe. Only reflections on the subject are heard from everywhere, but even then they stun untrained minds. First, think about what is infinity. In the case of the universe, this means that the size, the mass, the time of its existence cannot be expressed in any, even incredibly large numbers. In traditional cosmology, there are 2 important ifs. If the macrocosm is finite, it cannot be in a stable state. The universe will either contract or expand, as we are seeing now. The second if is that when space is infinite, all these actions simply lose their meaning. How do we live with it now? Probably, due to those cosmological postulates, the opinions of scientists are seriously divided. Let's voice the most popular ones. Theory 1. Find your copy. Let's start with the most improbable. Suppose that the universe is infinite. Then the following law inevitably takes effect. The fact is that in a certain volume of space there is a limited number of particles and their combinations. For example, in the observable universe there are about 10 to 80 degrees. This number is so huge that it is impossible to write it down with all the pencils available on Earth. But this is far from the limit. If you dive further into space, the number of configurations will increase. But again, to a certain point. And when the milestone is passed, the traveler will increasingly notice familiar places that vaguely remind him of what he saw earlier. Until finally, the person finds a duplicate of the solar system, the Earth, and finally, a copy of himself. And this is the most incredible thing that can happen in the space-time continuum. So the universe is still limited. Probably yes, many orthodox astronomers will tell you. After all, the state of isolation is much more convenient since it does not disturb the physical laws. Version 2. Size matters. So, scientists have been unsuccessfully searching for evidence of the existence of the boundaries of the universe or their absence for decades. The logic of the search is that if the space is closed, then looking closely you can find identical locations from both edges of the sky. But no matter how many astronomers have observed, there are absolutely no such similarities. At the moment, the universe is 93 billion light-years across due to constant expansion. This may only be a small part, but it's what we're able to observe. If you measure this in kilometers, you get an unimaginable, monstrous distance. And surprisingly, you cannot find repeated fragments in a galaxy or nebula in the entire viewing area. This fact allows us to conclude that the universe is open. But the statements will be correct if the size is not large by astronomical standards. Based on this, a certain group of astronomers strongly advocate an infinite universe. The third assumption: multiply by millions. But no, says another scientific conglomerate. It is closed. Let's try to argue this opinion as well. It is a well-known fact that the further into space we look, the more ancient locations we observe. And we see them not as they are at the moment, but as they were thousands or millions or even billions of years ago. But in addition to stars, galaxies, and clouds of gas, astronomers are studying the early light of the universe called the cosmic microwave background. It contains a wealth of information encoded in it. In particular, its fluctuations help to find out that the world around us is absolutely flat space. Adherents of this theory believe that the universe is limited, but the scale of the structure is so impressive that we cannot determine how and where the universe closes on itself. It's believed that it is at least 250 times larger than the space that humanity is able to observe. This is a huge number, at least equal to 11 trillion light-years in any direction. And this is according to the most conservative estimates. Our pygmy scale is incomparable with such a huge one. Accordingly, people are not able to see the true state of things and realize the finiteness of the megastructure. NASA asks for the floor. Experts of the famous space agency confirm the theory of the limited size of the universe, but approach the proof of this assumption from a different angle. They were also interested in its fluctuations. They carefully studied the data obtained from the U.S. probe WMAP. and find out that there were practically no fluctuations in the microwave background during large-scale measurements. This not only shows that the universe is finite, but it also proves that it is relatively small. That is, we are not talking about trillions of light years, but only about 7 billion. Therefore, in such a closed and small space by the standards of the macrocosm, extended fluctuations simply cannot occur. It is obvious that scientific pluralism is progressing and that it is unknown what else scientists will think of. The presented hypotheses do not allow us to fully understand which of them are correct, or at least as close to the truth as possible. So far, the question of the finiteness of the universe is vaguely reminiscent of the rhetorical riddle of the egg and the chicken. After analyzing the most popular hypotheses, we can say that the majority still tends to a more familiar version of the final structure. You may have versions of what a limited universe might look like. Share in the comments how you see it. A giant closed torus? A Klein bottle? A Mobius loop? Or something even more incredible? And at the same time, do not forget about likes, reposts, and a magic bell that allows you to be the first to receive notifications from our channel.
We are incredibly lucky that the Earth is located next to a stable star and has the necessary conditions for people to live comfortably. But is it so bad to live on other planets? What if life exists not only on Earth? Could we find even better places to live? For example, possible indicators of extraterrestrial life have recently been discovered on Enceladus, Saturn's moon. In its geysers, scientists have found methane, which most likely confirms the presence of life on Enceladus, or perhaps it's just geo- or thermochemical processes. There's so much methane in the geysers of Enceladus that such an amount cannot be explained by a non-biological origin. Scientists conducted a series of studies during which they couldn't explain why there's so much methane in the geysers of Saturn's satellite. Moreover, its reserves are constantly replenished and evaporate into space. However, it all makes sense if we assume the presence of microbes there, the likes of which can also be found in hydrothermal vents here on Earth. Scientists believe that Enceladus produces enough hydrogen, which is necessary for such microbes, and the temperature is kept at a comfortable level for them. So, does life exist on Enceladus? No one's yet ready to confirm this statement. They say that complex deep-sea missions are needed, and they're not foreseen for at least the next few decades. A similar story happened with Venus. Phosphine is found in the clouds of the planet, a gas that's produced only by either an industrial method or by microbes living in an oxygen-free environment. When scientists received the first hints of phosphine in the spectrum of Venus, they were shocked and couldn't believe their luck for a long time. How to explain the presence of this gas? Scientists suggest that phosphine could enter the atmosphere as a result of non-biological processes, but it turned out that all non-biological sources produce a maximum of 1/10,000th of the amount of phosphine that was recorded by telescopes. Phosphine, or rather phosphorus hydride, is a poisonous gas that has no color and is quite rare in nature. As a rule, it's released during a chemical reaction in production from a lightning strike or as the result of volcanic activity. But on Venus, it was found in extremely large quantities. How the heck did it get there? Most likely as a result of the vital activity of bacteria that live in an oxygen-free environment. This version seems to astronomers the most likely. However, they don't exclude the possibility that they could have missed something and that perhaps there's some other explanation of where so much phosphine came from on Venus. At the same time, Nathan Eismont, a researcher at the Space Research Institute of the Russian Academy of Sciences, is convinced that there is the highest probability of finding life on Venus. To this end, the Venera D project has already been approved. But why do we pin such high hopes on Venus? According to Eismont, the Earth and Venus are very similar. They have similar masses and dimensions, but will the search for life succeed on Venus? Probably not. Indeed, even the atmosphere in which phosphine was discovered consists of extremely dry and acidic air, almost devoid of water. In addition, Venus is almost 1.5 times closer to the Sun than our planet, and its surface would seem too hot for any life forms to exist on it. The average temperature there is about 460 degrees Celsius. Under such conditions, even lead melts. This means if astronauts go to Venus in the future, they'll first be dissolved in sulfuric acid and then poison themselves with phosphine. If some creatures really do live there, then we won't know about them anytime soon. However, scientists are sure that there were times when the climate on Venus was much milder, and its surface was most likely covered with oceans in which life could have arisen. However, since then, a strong greenhouse effect has dried up the oceans, and now only microorganisms could possibly continue to exist there. So, what about other planets? Maybe somewhere out there are more suitable conditions for life. In 2002, British scientists discovered that Jupiter has a wetter atmosphere than Venus. Of course, the harsh conditions on the planet seemingly leave no chance for even the most unpretentious life forms to exist there. But the latest discoveries by scientists do indeed leave this question open. The fact is that sulfur dioxide was found in the clouds of Jupiter, the drops of which contain a fairly large amount of water. Assuming that it contains nutrients, then microbial life could exist in the clouds of Jupiter, and maybe not only microbial. At least, that is, on Jupiter's moon, Europa. It's hypothesized that alien life may be hiding under a thick layer of ice on this small satellite. Data from telescopes and spacecraft give us reason to believe that Europa could be hiding a global ocean from us, one which our solar system is not allowing to freeze. Who could live there besides microbes? Monica Grady, rector of the University of Liverpool, believes that Europa is more developed for life than Mars. Thanks to the warm under-ice ocean, living conditions on Jupiter's moon are more comfortable and could offer better opportunities for survival. In addition, organic matter rises from the bowels of the satellite, which could be used as food for living organisms. If this is true, future colonists may well encounter much higher forms of life than previously thought. There's an opinion that the minds of some inhabitants of Europa could correspond, for example, to the level of that of squids or octopuses. What if mermaids or aquaman live in the oceans of Europa, but we just don't know anything about it yet? Could they feed on the creatures existing there and perhaps live in underwater homes? There are no answers to these questions yet, but experts are inclined to believe that life forms similar to humans are unlikely to appear in the vicinity of Jupiter. This is unlikely due to the lack of light in the depths of Europa's ocean and the powerful pressure of the ice sheet. Now, let's move on to dwarf planet Ceres with its splashing sea waves. Scientists came to this opinion after studying emissions from the Akatur cryovolcano located on Ceres. Cryovolcanoes are a specific type of volcano found on planets and other celestial bodies, which are characterized by extremely low temperatures. Instead of hot lava, they spew a mixture of water, ammonia, and methane. According to scientists, cryovolcanoes indicate the presence of water inside the planet Ceres. Sodium carbonate deposits have also been found on the surface of the planet. Paul Schenk from the Lunar and Planetary Institute believes that the similarity of some processes on Mars, Earth, and Ceres may indicate favorable conditions for the emergence and evolution of life. In his opinion, on water-rich Mars and Earth, life must have arisen. After studying the cartography of this dwarf planet, Paul Schenk discovered similar deposits in the region of the Ocketer crater. Some of the most common elements in the universe are hydrogen, carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, silicon, and iron, and they're necessary for the existence of organic life. In particular, a human needs water to drink, air to breathe, and a planet with a surface on which to move. If all these components could one day come together on Earth and set off the processes necessary for the development of life, then why can't it also happen on one of the hundreds of billions of exoplanets that exist in our galaxy? According to the laws of statistics, life simply must have sprung forth on more planets than just the Earth. The only question is, will we find it? And if we find it, what actions will we take next? Over the past 30 years, astronomers have discovered more than 4,000 exoplanets, planets located outside the solar system. Most of them revolve around their stars. Many exoplanets contain the same elements as the planets of our solar system. There are only slight differences. Some of them are dominated by water and ice, while others are dominated by iron and carbon. However, we've yet to find a single planet identical or extremely similar to the Earth or other bodies of the solar system. However, there are so-called terrestrial planets. For example, TRAPPIST-1d, like the Earth, is the third planet from its star, which, in terms of the composition of its soil, may be similar to our planet. Also, this object is located in the habitable zone, the region where the amount of heat from the star is sufficient for the existence of liquid water on the surface. Now, let's take a look at TRAPPIST-1e, which is 60% the size of our Earth. It's noteworthy that a year on this planet lasts only 6.1 days. An interesting fact is that the density of this planet exceeds the density of the Earth by several times. It's all about it having a denser iron core, which may be the reason why the planet's atmosphere is more rarefied. And this means that the presence of oceans on the planet remains questionable. However, TRAPPIST-1e is the most similar to our Earth in terms of size and the amount of energy that circulates there, which comes from the local star. Could intelligent life exist there? So far, we don't have enough computing power to study these planets in more detail. However, Geneva Observatory astrophysicist Andre Mater believes that in the search for life in the universe, we're more likely to find bacteria than something like an intelligent civilization from Star Wars. It takes time for such a civilization to emerge, as well as stable, basic physical conditions. The Earth had such privileges, and not only that. For example, our moon gives us an optimal climate, and the gas giant Jupiter attracts almost all asteroids flying into the solar system. Without Jupiter, Earth would be much more likely to experience catastrophes like the one that wiped out the dinosaurs 65 million years ago. So, for now anyway, the facts only indicate that if there are extraterrestrial inhabitants somewhere, they're probably single-celled, at least in our solar system. Or maybe we and these other intelligent beings somehow just missed each other in time and in space. When they received this picture, scientists were confused. What is here? 75 years ago, it was made by a rocket that was previously used to bomb cities. At an altitude of 105 meters, it took a few shots and shattered to pieces. But the film survived, and it provoked many questions, the answers to which are increasing every year. In this video, you'll find out which planet resembles the paintings of Van Gogh. Where did the Arab probe go first? And where did astronomers see a horse's head? The Hubble telescope. Even those who aren't interested in space have heard about this space telescope. It has transmitted countless photographs of planets, star clusters, and space debris back to us here on Earth. It allowed us to discover the age of the universe, proved the existence of supermassive black holes and exoplanets, and revealed numerous other amazing finds in our cosmos. Just look at these photos, but be careful. They can really blow your mind. This image is considered to be one of the most famous photographs ever taken by the Hubble telescope. It's called the Pillars of Creation, and that's no coincidence, as it captures an active star-forming region in the Eagle Nebula. The pillars in the center of the photo are the result of the movement of charged particles and the cosmic wind. Outgoing streams of ionized gas are visible along the edges of the mountain ridge. What do you think is the secret of its shades of color? Each of them demonstrates different chemical elements. The blue zones are characterized by a high content of oxygen, green, hydrogen and nitrogen, and red, sulfur. How do you like this nebula? The astronomers who first discovered it decided that it looks like a horse's head, although officially it's called Barnard 33. This nebula is also known as the Horsehead Nebula. Here it seems as if storm clouds swooped down and covered the entire sky. In fact, in front of you, there are many young blue star clusters, giant glowing gas clouds, and dark dust lanes that cross Centaurus A. Is there life on Saturn? It was a mystery for decades until the Cassini probe set off for the nooks and crannies of this planet. Then it became clear that the galaxy around us is truly huge. It has an almost unfair number of planets. Is there really no life there? Cassini didn't find an answer to this question, but it managed to become the first artificial satellite of Saturn and pass between its rings. It told us a lot about the Saturnian system, and in addition, it took a lot of beautiful photos, 323 to be exact, which was considered a record for quite a long time. For example, here you can see the rings of Saturn, which are illuminated by the sun. Next to them, you can see a small dot. It is our Earth. Or here's another photograph compiled from 140 images in which the Earth peeks out from behind the rings of a giant planet. Now you realize just how tiny we are in the universe. And this photo was taken in 2013 and looks like an illustration for a science fiction movie. What do you think it is? It's just a North Pole storm over Saturn. Perhaps Cassini could have pleased us with other pictures, but its 20-year mission came to an end. The device entered the dense layers of Saturn's atmosphere and burned up. Astrophysicists sent it to certain death after it ran out of fuel. After the death of the probe, Cassini's last photographs came to Earth. They depict the night side of Saturn. The panorama is illuminated by sunlight reflecting off the rings of the gas giant. The pictures were black and white, but NASA added color, and now you can meditate on them. we've received the strangest image of a satellite of Jupiter, which stirred NASA up in earnest and became one of the main discoveries of the entire Voyager mission. It turned out to be a volcanic eruption on Io, which made scientists understand that there are active volcanoes outside of the Earth. In general, the journey of the Voyagers has been going on for more than 40 years, and during this time, they managed to amaze us with many other images. Ready for the Parker Solar Probe NASA shots. Compared to the Voyagers, it's a very young traveler and journeyed into space just in the summer of 2018. Its main mission is to study the outer corona of the Sun. However, on its way to the Sun, the Parker probe has already taken a photo of the night side of Venus. The right side of the photo is filled with stars, while the left side is occupied by Venus. The dark spot in the center of the image is Aphrodite Terra, the largest mountainous region on the surface of Venus. The bright tracks in the image are generated by cosmic rays, cosmic dust particles reflecting sunlight, and particles from the probe itself. The dark spot at the bottom of Venus is an artifact of the image. The thin, bright region around the edge of the planet may be a night glow in Venus's upper atmosphere, created by oxygen atoms. Now, we suggest going to Jupiter. The photographs obtained from the Juno spacecraft will help us with this planet. They're often compared to paintings by Claude Monet and Van Gogh. People with a rich imagination see aliens, dolphins, and dragons here. One thing is clear, it's impossible not to admire the views that we can observe thanks to the JunoCam optical camera. Also, the fact is that scientists made a mistake once again. This planet is much more complicated and interesting than they thought. Take a closer look at the details in this photo. They literally make you uncomfortable. This is an image of the south pole of Jupiter, which we can see thanks to several photographs stitched together. In reality, the poles are only half illuminated due to the slight tilt of the planet's axis of rotation, but thanks to the imaging of enthusiasts, we can see the pole in all its glory. And this photo gives us shivers, but NASA experts say that this is a common phenomenon for Jupiter, vortex clouds over the northern hemisphere of the planet. Thanks to color correction, the frame shows part of the northern temperate zone, a noticeable red-orange region located in the region of 40 degrees in the northern part of the planet. The giant storm, known as the White Oval, is also visible in the photo, along with a series of small cloudy regions. The dark regions reflect places where the cloud cover descends closer to the interior of the planet. According to the infrared sensor, these dark regions are hotter than the upper swirling regions. Would you like to go on a tour to the rings of Jupiter and see them from the inside? The Juno probe has already been here. Its first ever photograph of Jupiter's inside rings make us turn on our fantasy to the maximum. The probe was just under 3,000 miles away and took this photo with a star tracker. Even the background turned out to be remarkable. The upper part of the constellation Orion made it into the frame, and the bright star is Betelgeuse. Our next stop is Pluto. A few years ago, the automatic interplanetary New Horizons probe went there with gifts. In addition to scientific equipment, it brought a capsule with some of the ashes of Clyde Tombaugh, the discoverer of Pluto. As well as a CD with the names of 434,738 people who participated in the Send Your Name to Pluto NASA action, as well as 2 coins. 2 U.S. flags, a Spaceship One fragment, which was the first manned private spacecraft, a CD with photographs of the craft and its developers, and a 1991 U.S. postage stamp. This is probably the most famous photograph of our dwarf planet, titled The Heart of Pluto. It was taken on July 13, 2015, from a distance of about 768,000 kilometers. Pluto doesn't have a very thick atmosphere, but we managed to photograph it too. It's really blue. When scientists received this image, they decided that they simply must have drunk too much coffee. Later, they finally agreed that there really were mountain ranges on the surface of Pluto, covered with caps of methane snow. And of course, we can't forget Mars. Unlike other planets, numerous expeditions have recently lined up to visit this angry red planet. In just 1 month, in 2021, scientists successfully launched the Al-Amal Interplanetary Station into Martian orbit, the first in the history of the UAE and the entire Middle East region. This was soon followed by the Chinese orbital Tianwen-1 probe, and then NASA's Perseverance rover caught up with them. Tianwen-1 managed to photograph the southern and northern hemispheres of Mars, and in these photos, they have the shape of a crescent. Despite the fact that most of the planet was in shadow, they look bewitching. Also, the Chinese probe took detailed photographs of the Martian surface, which show craters, mountain ranges, and dunes. According to experts, the diameter of the largest crater recorded in the image is about 620 meters. The Arab Hope probe also managed to take a panoramic picture of the red planet, which I would like to consider in detail. The photo shows 3 shield volcanoes standing in a row, and Mount Olympus, an extinct volcano on Mars, the highest in the solar system. Astronomers observing the red planet through telescopes on Earth are familiar with this view, but this is a rare image for satellites near Mars. Who knows, perhaps in the near future, some countries will be able to create the first Martian base and enter the annals of space exploration forever. In the meantime, it remains for us to enjoy these beautiful pictures of these amazing planets, while we strive to live our lives peacefully here on good old planet Earth. We have no place to go just yet, but that's just for now. Back in 1977, the Americans launched a project called Voyager. Within this framework, 2 probes, Voyager 1 and 2, were sent into space. It seems to be a rather banal scenario, but the results of this endeavor exceeded all expectations. Have you ever heard the sounds of space? Of course, you may argue that the vacuum is absolutely mute. After all, sound waves can only propagate in the presence of molecules that transmit vibrations. However, thanks to computer transformation, we can hear the booming rumble of Venus, the monotonous howl of Jupiter, and the pulsating cacophony of Mercury. These are the voices of the planets, but what does the echo of deep space sound like? Apart from the Voyagers, only the pioneers have been there, but communication with them has long since ended. A little later, we'll give you the opportunity to hear the frightening sounds of the universe. But for now, we'll briefly describe the most interesting stages of the mission of the 2 probes, which has not yet been completed. Highly autonomous vehicles were created to study the outer planets of the solar system, with the subsequent flight of the probes going beyond the heliosphere. When organizing the mission, past mistakes were taken into account. For example, Pioneer 10 stopped responding, probably because its source of radioisotope power had been depleted. By the way, the device is now supposedly heading towards Aldebaran, and this journey will last about 2 million years. Anyway, the issue of power supply for the probes had to be given special attention. Engineers equipped the Voyagers with their own plutonium-238 thermoelectric generators and rocket engines, as well as many computers and other useful equipment, such as spectrometers, cameras, plasma systems, and so on. Despite problems, the devices managed to successfully explore the outer planets of the solar system and then proceed into the depths of outer space. Everyone knows that the boundaries of the possessions of our parent star do not immediately end after Neptune. The Voyagers, carrying on their sides golden plates with recordings of the sounds of the Earth, such as volcanic eruptions, wind noise, and the crying of a child, still had a very long and difficult way to go. Fortunately, the technical capabilities of both Voyagers will allow us to contact them until the year 2030. What is the task facing the probes at the moment? The main purpose of the devices is to study the transition region between the plasma located in the solar system and regions in interstellar space. A few years ago, the devices crossed the first boundary that separates our planets from the cold darkness of space, the heliospheric shockwave. Voyager 1 did this in December 2004, and Voyager 2 did it in August 2007. The boundary of the shockwave is the region located inside the heliosphere. This is where the solar wind breaks sharply to sonic speeds as it collides with interstellar matter. It's worth noting that the solar wind flies at a speed of about 1 million kilometers an hour for the first 10 billion kilometers, and only the presence of cosmic particles can slow down this voyage. After this boundary, the devices waited for the next boundary, the heliopause, which, as scientists suggest, they should reach 10 years after crossing the boundaries of the shockwave. Therefore, most likely, this event has already taken place. The heliopause can be compared to an airlock where the pressure is equalized when astronauts go out into outer space. It's here that the speed parameters of the solar wind and the interstellar medium acquire acceptable values, and partial mutual assimilation of matter occurs. In general, disputes have been going on about the nature of the heliopause for several years. It was believed that it was located near the orbit of Jupiter, but Voyager 2 dispelled this myth. Since no one knew where the boundary was located, astronomers doubted that the probe would cross it before it stopped working. But in 2018, Voyager 2 officially managed to cross the heliopause before being stopped. It turned out that it's 120 times farther than the Earth from the Sun. Thanks to the measurements that both probes periodically sent, it was possible to find out that the heliosphere is quite elastic. During periods of solar activity, it inflates like a balloon and then returns to its previous size. What other discovery did Voyager 2 make? In 2020, its plasma sensors discovered one inexplicable oddity. The further the probe moves away from the Sun, the more the density of interstellar space increases. Perhaps particles slow down sharply as they approach the heliopause and pile up on top of each other like a snowdrift. There is another theory. It references the collision of the interstellar magnetic field with the heliosphere, which creates a kind of corridor between the heliopause and the rest of space. By the way, according to measurements, interstellar magnetism, although 64,000 times weaker than the Earth's, at only 7 microgauss, it's still capable of exerting a certain pressure on the heliosphere. Be that as it may, the question of the increased density of matter remains open, and scientists have yet to find an answer. Is there a danger of the destruction of both Voyagers under such conditions? Theoretically, yes. According to popular hypotheses, between the bow shockwave, the conditional Rubicon during the transition to the absolute vacuum of space, there's another area filled with hot hydrogen. Scientists have nicknamed it the hydrogen wall. The hypothetical bow shock is located at a distance of 230 astronomical units from the Sun, and the Voyagers still have to overcome it. Although it should be said that many astronomers consider this imaginary boundary an idle fiction. But back to the Voyagers. Where are they now? Back in 2012, the first probe reached the boundaries of the interstellar medium. Its sensors registered an increase in the number of galactic rays, and later, a sharp decrease in solar wind particles. These data provide strong evidence that the probe is finally leaving the heliosphere. It was in this place that the device recorded a strange sound, a monotonous hum interrupted by a piercing whistle. It's not clear what exactly causes these gloomy moans, but goosebumps are definitely par for the course. Some astronomers argue that the sharp whistle is probably caused by regular solar flares that reach the outskirts of the heliosphere. Voyager 1 overheard all of this in passing, since the journey of the device is far from over. In 40,000 years, it will fly past the red dwarf Gliese 445, slowly approaching the star, and will continue to wander forever through our galaxy. But what about Voyager 2? Is it also soaring somewhere through the darkness of space? As already mentioned, 14 years ago, the device successfully crossed the heliospheric shockwave and passed the heliopause. Thanks to the data obtained from Voyager 2, it was possible to prove that the heliosphere is not a perfect sphere. On the contrary, it's a flattened oval with northern boundaries distant from the Sun. Were any oddities recorded in the information transmitted by the apparatus? Yes, there was one discrepancy. Scientists expected that at the edge of the shockwave, the temperature should be much higher than inside the heliosphere, but that wasn't found. Rather, it was hot, but not as hot as astronomers expected. Question: where did the discrepancies come from, and where did the excess energy disappear to? So far, this remains unanswered. The second Voyager is now about 20 billion miles from Earth and is heading steadily towards the Oort cloud. It will reach the cloud 3 centuries from now, and to fly through this spherical region, it will take at least 30,000 years. Unfortunately, we'll never know about this. The half-life of plutonium is around 90 years, and even now the energy resources of the devices have decreased to 40% or less. Both devices, launched with a difference of just around a month, are now hundreds of astronomical units from the Sun and are not going to stop. They're waiting for their future meetings with stars, their planets, lonely comets, and flocks of asteroids. Thanks to the probes, we now know how the emptiness of the macrocosm sounds and are empirically convinced of the presence of the heliosphere, which protects our planetary system from the aggressive effects of galactic rays. Subscribe to the Hubble channel and learn about everything that happens in the universe. Did you watch disaster movies when you were a child? Were you afraid that our planet might collide with another space object? At different times, we've heard or seen many different stories about the fall of meteorites. Yes, in fact, the Earth does collide with different small bodies every day, but the likelihood is extremely small that we'll meet something much larger on our journey through space. Although there are objects in our solar system that, unlike us, have not been able to avoid such a fate. In this case, Callisto, the moon of Jupiter, became the lucky one, if you want to call it that. It seems like most of the objects in our planetary system have crashed into it. It's also in second place as the space body with the highest number of craters on its surface. Only Phobos, a moon of Saturn, has more. Let's go a little deeper into history. Callisto was discovered, along with 3 other moons, by famous Italian scientist Galileo Galilei in the 17th century. The moon was named after Callisto, an ancient Greek nymph, daughter of the Arcadian king Lycaon. In translation, the name means the most beautiful. At the time of its discovery, Callisto was listed in all documents as one of the 4 moons of Jupiter. In those days, it could only be seen remotely through a telescope. A significant contribution to the study of the object was made by the Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 research devices, which we've already discussed with you in previous episodes. They were zipping through space near the great giant planet Jupiter. As a result, we received wonderful images of Callisto and some information regarding its characteristics. From 1994 to 2003, the Galileo device, which was designed specifically to study Jupiter, circled Callisto several times. In 2000, a probe called Cassini, which was sent to Saturn to study it, recorded the infrared spectrum of Jupiter's moon, which had a high resolution. In 2007, we also got more pictures of Callisto. A year ago, the European Space Agency and NASA jointly launched a project to explore Jupiter's moons and also its magnetosphere. 4 developments for space exploration took part in it. Callisto is considered one of the largest moons in our planetary system. Only the moons Ganymede and Titan are larger. Its radius is more than 2,000 kilometers, and its diameter is almost the same as that of Mercury. Like our moon, it always moves in an orbit and is tidally locked to its planet, always showing only one side. The density of Callisto is several times less than the density of our planet, as it actually contains a roughly equal amount of ice and stones. The moon's ice layer is about 200 kilometers thick. It's assumed that under this layer, there's a salty ocean with a depth of about 10 kilometers. It can exist in a liquid state, that is, not freeze, only if there's a certain amount of ammonia in its composition. Otherwise, the top layer of ice would be about 300 kilometers thick. In front of a crater, the inner side of the object doesn't show any damage. This fact may indicate that water blocks impact shock waves. The next layer is the mantle, which includes particles of ice and various rocks. The shorter the distance to the center, the greater is the density of this mixture. Why does Callisto stand out from other moons? It doesn't have a core that can be easily identified as separate from other layers. It's assumed that it contains silicates, which means that its diameter would not be more than about 600 kilometers. If there is a layer of water on this moon of Jupiter, we can assume that life could possibly arise there. But that said, conditions are not the most suitable. Although Callisto's upper layer is mostly ice, its color is brownish. This is due to the fact that cosmic dust and other debris accumulate on its surface. If you carefully study the images of Callisto, you'll see that some areas appear brighter. This is due to the fact that in certain places dust doesn't accumulate in great quantities. During study of the moon, a huge number of craters were observed. There's so many of them that as their number grows, they overlap each other. This fact lets us understand that Callisto is quite old, about 4 billion years old. Where do you think all these craters came from? You might think it logical to assume they're from volcanoes, but scientists found that there was no pronounced volcanic activity on Callisto. This means that these are all traces of collisions with other space objects. Thus, the relief map of Callisto is quite fascinating. It contains both multi-ring formations and systems of craters. One of the largest craters is called Asgard, whose diameter exceeds 1,500 kilometers, and its age is over 3 billion years. This name, which some of you might recognize, was also taken from mythology. This was the name of the residence of the Scandinavian gods. You know, where Thor lives. On Callisto, Asgard can be recognized by its brightness and the circles around it. There are 2 more craters within the crater itself. Do is located in the central part, and Utgard in the north, and it has a width of approximately 600 kilometers. Near Asgard, there are also other impact craters, with their main features being that they also glow quite brightly. Another huge crater, Valhalla, is the largest of the impact craters in the planetary system and is located near the equator. If we count the formations in the form of the circles around it, then its diameter reaches over 3,800 kilometers. Notably, Valhalla was recorded by one of the Voyagers at the beginning of its mission. Researchers conditionally divide this crater into 3 parts. an inner one with a diameter of 360 kilometers and a fairly smooth surface, as well as zones of rocks and also areas of depressions. It's worth mentioning another of the largest impact craters on Callisto, Heimdall. Its diameter reaches 210 kilometers, and it's located close to the South Pole. It was first recorded by Voyager 1, and then Galileo provided pictures of the crater. The name Heimdall may ring a bell for you Marvel fans out there as well. It got its name from a deity of Scandinavian mythology. Heimdall was the god of light in that magical, mythical world. In the year 2000, this name was officially approved by the Astronomical Union. There's another notable crater on Callisto, Adlinda, whose name was also taken from Norse mythology, and it's the third largest of all impact craters. The diameter of Adlinda reaches thousands of kilometers. Like Heimdall, this crater is located in the southern part of the moon. There's another young crater on Adlinda called Lofn. So far, it hasn't been possible to study its properties in more detail. There are ring structures near the Adlinda crater, but they're virtually impossible to see in the images. It's worth paying attention to the Gippel chain, a system 620 kilometers long of craters on Callisto. Such a chain is the longest formation on Jupiter's moon. After some time, the upper layers of Callisto can collapse, whereupon the terrain becomes flat, so low mountain ranges and craters can form in these places. By the way, no tectonic activity has ever been recorded on Callisto. Its state in the solar system has been stable since its formation. The atmospheric layer of Callisto contains carbon dioxide and presumably molecular oxygen, which makes it quite rarefied compared to the Earth's atmosphere. In the ionosphere of the Moon, scientists have not recorded high levels of radiation, which means that a person could stay there if they so desired and had a chance to visit. Because of this, and the fact that Callisto has a water layer, it's suggested that this space object could be considered as a potential place for life. This was confirmed by NASA research in 2003. Scientists say that manned space flight to Callisto will be possible in about 20 years. And who knows, perhaps then even our wildest spacefaring fantasies will start to come true.
We know a lot about outer space thanks to the fast development of astronomy to search and observe the cosmos. There are many fantastic objects and events that occur out there that are so alien to what we are used to. But don't be shy. For many, the priority is the scariest places. There is one thing that can't be forgotten on that list of scary places, and that is the most dangerous stellar event in the universe: a hypernova. Before we can explain what they are, we need a little bit of background. The closest of these monsters to us is found in the borders of the Milky Way, about 7.5 thousand light-years away and 5 million times brighter than our Sun. That seems like a colossal distance to us here on Earth, but it isn't big enough that the gamma radiation that emanates from it hasn't reached Earth. A hypernova is a star that has reached critical mass. It is as big as is cosmically possible to be. For a supernova to be classified as a hypernova, its mass needs to be at least 80 times that of the Sun. When it finally collapses, the massive core of the star shoots out huge quantities of energy, on average 10 times more powerful than what happens on the surface. After the core collapses, one of three things can happen. It can become a neutron star or a quark star, or most likely, a black hole. But that is not the most amazing of the possibilities. The most deadly and awesome possibility is that it becomes a gamma burst. They can last for milliseconds or hours, and they are composed of powerful bursts of waves, which in just a few seconds releases more energy than the Sun does in its entire 10 billion year life. Fortunately, the vast majority of these enormous stars that are capable of such fiery ends are found millions of light-years away from our galaxy. Besides that, they are extremely rare in the universe, only one every 200 million years or so. But a few astronomers believe that the extinction of a majority of marine invertebrates that existed more than 440 million years ago was caused by a gamma ray burst in the direction of the Earth. It is notable that a hypernova located even 3,000 light-years away is powerful enough to bring complete destruction to the Earth, even destroying bacteria. But in the vastness of the Milky Way, there is one shining candidate that one day could potentially become a hypernova. Its name is Eta Carinae. Before the 18th century, it was called by the name of the ship Argo. This great blue giant, more than 250 times the mass of the Sun, orbits in a joint system with a smaller star, whose mass is around 80 times that of the Sun. In just a few thousand years, Eta Carinae promises to demonstrate a truly impressive ending. The question is whether or not it will have an effect on life here on Earth. Scientists maintain that if a powerful explosion from a hypernova in the foreseeable future, a small moment in the timeline of the universe, should rock our galaxy, life on Earth could completely disappear. But that is just one possibility, and the most depressing. In the best scenario, echoes of such an energetic blast would not even come close to our little planet because they are so far away. The first observed hypernova was named SN 2006 GY and was registered to a galaxy that is very far away, more than 240 million light-years away from the Milky Way. It was discovered in September of 2006. Among the possible explosions that can happen in outer space, giving life to gigantic energetic gamma pulses, they considered other versions of what could have caused the bright anomaly, among which were the collision of two supermassive stars, actions of antimatter, or simply a huge explosion. In the end, it was determined that a gamma pulse of such size is an incredibly rare event. One galaxy in a million years will only see a few of these incredible events, which makes them that much more unpredictable and frightening. It is important to understand that a potential hypernova in our galaxy means a bomb with a really long fuse. As they say, it's the gun in the first act. If you see it in the beginning of a play, in the end, it will definitely be fired. No one knows if Eta Carinae will be fired. But after studying it, it seems completely possible. Looking up at the night sky doesn't only call up thoughts of its immense beauty, but also the desire to understand the many mysteries found in its depths. Just one lifespan is too short a time to figure it all out, but progress will not be stopped, and our descendants will further push the boundaries of knowledge that to us have yet to be imagined. We thank the viewers of our channel for your dedication, but unfortunately for now, that is all. But we promise that in the next video about the cosmos, you will learn more about the most dark and mysterious places of the universe. Don't miss it. Click that subscribe button that is shining right now on your screen, and check out our page. You'll find news that you won't find anywhere else. Every one of us at some time in their life has seen a doorway. They don't have to be anything special. They are simply an entrance through a wall, a way inside. The door we are going to talk about right now, however, has never been seen by anyone now alive. Where does it go? Not even the greatest minds of all mankind could tell you that. There are so many of these strange openings, even more than we could ever guess. Black, cold, never-ending holes. Is this really the right way for us to understand these entrances into other worlds? Nikodem Poplawski is a scholar at New Haven University. He came to a staggering conclusion that not only changed the way we imagine the world around us, but that also undermines that which for some of our subscribers and those who love science hold most sacred, the theories of Einstein. His legendary formulas fall apart like a poorly made stack of cards. and the theory they describe fall into a useless heap where the stack once stood. How could Poplawski dare to encroach on the eternal astrophysical laws? It is just further proof that when two people think they know something and say it is impossible, a third will come along and blow the whole thing wide open. So, the American scholar dared to theorize that our whole world, the planets, the galaxies, even the entire universe, is located in its own hallway of sorts between two worlds, in a tunnel between a black and a white hole. What is the mechanism of this process? A common question among skeptics. In accordance with the theory of our American scholar, who, by the way, is supported by another famous mind in the scientific world, Michael Finkel, in order to understand the nature of the creation of mankind's own personal black hole, we need to go back 14 billion years to the moment our universe was first born. It is in the track of its formation, according to Poplawski, we find a big mistake. He argues that the understanding of the word singularity as an infinitesimally small point of infinite density doesn't actually exist. This statement completely ruins Einstein's formulas, where a singularity is a necessary requirement. In actuality, the hypothetical object from which everything in existence came to be had a definitive size, although it was trillions of times smaller than any now known part of any atom. And this seed, compressed to the end of what is possible, gave a bang of such colossal strength, all the while itself being found within a black hole. Black holes are unknown places we can only observe indirectly. They are in fact the corpses of giant stars, and inside one of them, according to some physicists, our world is located. Other than an ethereal singularity, Poplawski thinks in the bowels of a black monster, the final processes take place that compress matter into a single point of small but defined proportions. That seed, hanging like billions of stars and of a size trillions of times smaller than an atom, is not in fact endless and does actually exist. This unimaginably heavy point, in his opinion, is found in every single black hole. Under the direction of certain forces, the seed sprouts, setting itself free from its shell like a spring being released from pressure. At the exit of a black tunnel, it is possible that there exists a so-called white hole, outside of which there is a completely different world. How many different versions of the universe are there? No one knows. It is difficult enough to comprehend the very possibility of multiple universes. National Geographic, the well-known scientific magazine, instantly picked up Finkel's story about Poplawski's incredible theory and, investigating his questions, published a physicist's report. In it, they affirm that black holes are furnaces in which the seeds of life are forged. This sounds a bit pathetic, but the scholars meant the following. A point exploding 14 billion years ago inside a black hole as a result of processes taking place inside it, which resulted in the formation of our world, was so powerful that for it, forming all the planets, stars, and galaxies was easy. And possibly, there was a never-ending number of those seeds. Among other things, this unusual theory explains a few inconsistencies of the laws of the cosmos with scientific data, neutrino fluctuations, quantum paradoxes, the presence of dark energy and dark matter. In other words, could those things we are used to calling deadly and destructive actually be what we call home? Completely proving this theory is difficult, but in all its unbelievability, it is possible that there is a grain of truth. Just like a ladybug creeping inside a sphere is completely confident that the surface is absolutely smooth and unshakable. On February 22, 2017, NASA hosted a conference which changed our whole understanding of the universe and shook the opinions of skeptics who believe that the Earth is only an exception in the otherwise dead depths of the universe. In the 20-year search with the goal of discovering exoplanets, there have been the first breakthroughs. In the system of the ultra-cool dwarf star TRAPPIST-1a, which is found 40 light-years away from us, there are 7 exoplanets. Maybe, just maybe, on one of them there is life in some form. The Spitzer Space Telescope discovered 3 of the planets back in 2016 using the transit method, which uses observational data of the surface of the star. As an object traverses in front of the star, we see the change in its appearance. The famous telescopes Kepler and Hubble have since joined the research and are conducting further study. This newly opened world is simultaneously similar to and vastly different from our solar system. If you look at its configuration then, of course it resembles ours. But that is because everything in the universe, starting from the atom, is made up of stuff orbiting around a central mass, be it nucleus or star. Everything else, however, is a world of mystery that for the next 5 years will be studied intensely by scientists at NASA. Of the 7 planets there, 3 are located in the so-called inhabitable zone. This means that there, the prerequisites for life can be found. The star they orbit is called TRAPPIST-1a, and the planets themselves are named according to the next letters of the alphabet, the first being B, the second C, and so on. TRAPPIST-1a is an ultra-cool dwarf star that is much smaller than our Sun. Everybody is used to and expects a ball-size comparison, so this is how it goes. If the Sun was the size of a basketball, TRAPPIST-1a would be the size of a golf ball. It is actually just slightly larger than the planet Jupiter. The evolutionary processes there happen much slower, so it is possible that during its period of activity, the planets were a bit different. The age of its star system is about 500 million years. NASA has discovered the following characteristics of the planet there, and we at Hubble bring them to the attention of our grateful listeners. Distance. If interplanetary travel became possible in that system, the distance between planets would be measured in days, not years, as the planets are located very close to their star and very close to one another. The first planet is 20 times closer to TRAPPIST-1a than Mercury is to the Sun. Not hundreds, but tens of millions of kilometers away. An incredible night sky. The planets can look at each other completely freely, because in their sky, the planets are located so close to one another. To someone standing on the surface of TRAPPIST-1f, TRAPPIST-1e would look a little bit bigger than the Moon on the horizon. Their accompaniment. These planets most likely do not have any accompanying moons, but their absence doesn't mean there wouldn't be any tidal forces if there was water on the surfaces. Because the planets are so close to one another, tides, as we are used to seeing them, could exist on these distant worlds. These planets are just like the Earth in every way. A one-sided disposition. Because of the gravitational forces in this system, the planets orbit with the same side facing their star, just like our Moon orbits us. This allows for a wide temperature gradient, which makes for good conditions for finding liquid water. Planetary conditions. Of the 3 planets in the inhabitable zone, TRAPPIST-1g is the largest. It is 13% larger than the Earth, and 1 year there lasts 9 Earth days. It gets about as much light from its star as Mars gets from the Sun. TRAPPIST-1f is the supposed water planet, although evidence of that has yet to be found. 1 year on the closest planet to TRAPPIST-1a is about 2.5 days, and on the furthest away planet, about 20 Earth days. After it was discovered, scientists have used the TRAPPIST telescope to observe the planetary system of TRAPPIST-1a in much greater detail, whose data gave a first look into that new world. Now, plans are in effect to attach the modern telescope, James Webb, to the study of the system, which will be used to study the molecular composition of the atmospheres of the planets there, which will help determine whether or not they could support life. Of course, the first thing that comes to mind is the possibility of traveling to those alien planets to see for ourselves what they are made of, cold or hot, solid rock or intangible gas. But the first goal for interstellar travel is not TRAPPIST-1a, but rather Proxima Centauri. Even traveling at the speed of light, it would take 40 years to reach TRAPPIST-1a. And at the snail's pace of commercial airline travel, it would take over 40 million years. But the fact that scientific progress will not be stopped gives hope that we will quite soon see, with our own eyes, what we could only see in our dreams. But until then, maybe, if we work together, we'll press on into the unknown. The death of a massive star. What could be more epic? More fascinating? But do they die? Can they? Does something take its place even more interesting? More misunderstood? Not too long ago, it was thought that these stellar remains were sent from distant civilizations. Is it true? All in good time. To start, let's remember some information that is well known among astronomers about the death of stars that are a few times bigger than the Sun. After an unimaginably powerful explosion, the star expels huge clouds of gas into the void of space and collapses in on itself to a tiny ball, infinitesimal when compared to what it used to be. Made of, now a mass of protons and neutrons so tightly packed together it's as if they are glued. The remains of the star are now made of different stuff. Neutrons, after which the new stars are named. Neutron stars are not just a particular kind of star, but actually a sort of in-between level between stars and black holes, riding the fine line which, when crossed, causes the neutron star to collapse in on itself and turn into one of the dark monsters of the universe, all devouring and letting nothing escape, not even light. But that is not the only reason a neutron star is so fascinating. They are so difficult to understand, we haven't been able to figure out how to recreate the conditions in a lab necessary for their formation. They are huge stars of diameters ranging from that of more than 1,000 suns to the size of a small city. Just 20 to 30 kilometers. They are absolutely massive. 2 or more times more massive than regular stars. When one of the star's cores collapses as a result of electron penetration in the nucleus of atoms, creating neutrons as a result of the extreme pressures there. It is for this reason that just a teaspoon-sized sample of the stuff neutron stars are made of was possible to have here on Earth. It would weigh hundreds of millions of tons. Its density is greater than the density of an atomic core. But how do neutron stars become pulsars? Scientists have been trying to explain this phenomenon for a long time. As far as we know, all stars turn around their axis. The Sun, for example, makes one rotation about every 25 days. But if a titanic star much larger than the Sun was suddenly compressed, its rotation would astronomically, HA, increase. It can increase the speed of rotation to be a whopping quadrillion times faster than before. This immense change in speed of rotation is illustrated well by a figure skater. When they pull their arms in close to their body, the speed of their turning on the ice is noticeably increased. A pulsar the size of New York might spin with a speed of 1 rotation per second. But there are some pulsars that spin with unimaginable speed, more than 1,000 rotations per second. This is the very reason for their emissions. The speed of the regions on the magnetic poles of a pulsar are so great that they start to emit energy in the form of radio waves, X-rays, and gamma rays. So long as a pulsar rotates with a source of radiation, magnetic poles, we see its flickering light, like a lighthouse in the universe whose light is constantly moving. It is important to note that the voltage of one is around 30 million times greater than lightning on Earth. How does modern science know all of this? In the summer of 1967, a doctorate student at Cambridge University by the name of Jocelyn Bell discovered the first pulsar which regularly emitted energy every 1.33 seconds. But information about it was kept secret for a long time. Why, you ask? It isn't hard to guess if you keep in mind that they called their discovery LGM-1, which stands for Little Green Men. The signal that was coming from the depths of the universe with such surprising and consistent regularity was mistaken as an attempt of communication by some alien civilization. A year later, after several other similar sources of radiation, the scientists decided to release their discoveries all at once, rather than send the world into shock. A scientific sensation ensued and everyone stopped what they were doing to find a telescope and look for new cosmic lighthouses. But the illusion was short-lived. After more detailed study, astrophysicists came to the conclusion that pulsars weren't anything more than neutron stars that were emitting the different forms of radiation with their incredible rates of rotation. If radio pulsars emit radiation using the energy from their rotation, then Z-ray pulsars, like the one in the Crab Nebula, all that remains after the supernova in the 9th century, use energy from surrounding stars. But the plasma of neighboring stars isn't enough to overcome the strong magnetic pull of the pulsar. As a result, the plasma gets caught in the pull and hits the surface of the neutron star and starts to emit X-rays. Also, X-ray emitting pulsars spin much faster than the others, hundreds of times per second. Slowly, over time, their activity decreases, and in their old age, they flicker much less often. These fascinating unstudied cosmic lighthouses will occupy the minds of astronomers all over the world for a long time to come. It is truly disappointing that they aren't actually signals of little green men. Are we really absolutely alone in the universe? What do you think? Let's shed some light on a new topic about which most people are absolutely in the dark. We're going to talk about some places in outer space that are so far away, so massive, so completely not understood by the average Homo sapien, sitting there in your office in a sea of paper and computer monitors. Try to wrap your head around the sheer scale of what we're going to talk about. So, quasars. Now, I'm going to warn you, scientists have been arguing for decades about the different ways they are formed, their size, even what it is that they do. To be honest, they haven't quite figured it out yet, and that's not likely to change anytime soon. There's so many different theories, but they are like stacked cards. As soon as you put the final card in place, the whole thing falls apart. The definition of quasar is quasi-stellar radio source. Right there is the first problem, as 90% of all quasars don't emit radio waves. They were first described that way because the first one found did. The second problem is this: quasars are not stars, but galaxies with active centers that look similar to stars. But that is just at first superficial glance. In the 1950s, Alan Sandage and his partner discovered the first quasar. And by 1963, astronomers had still only found 5. In that same year, Martin Schmidt showed that quasars display redshift, meaning they are moving away from us incredibly quickly, as described by the famous Hubble's law, almost as fast, in fact, as the speed of light. Some astronomers have the opinion that Hubble's law doesn't apply to quasars, and that they are in fact much closer and smaller than they seem. Others say that quasars are young galaxies still in formation. All we know is that somewhere far away, so far away we'll likely never reach them, there are the most inconceivable objects, so full of superstitious trembling and reverence, the scientific world is in no hurry to convince people of the truth of the original theory. The first and brightest quasar is named 3C273. Although it was preceded by the dimmer 3C48, which was found toward the end of the 1950s, it was 3C273 that was first added to the category of quasar. It is located in the constellation Virgo. 100 times more luminous than our galaxy, it is 900 million times more massive than the Sun. 3C273 is moving away from us with a speed of 240,000 kilometers per second, which isn't too far off from the speed of light. It is 3 billion light-years away from Earth, and is the closest one to our galaxy. The other quasars are located incredibly far away from the Milky Way. No, really. The farthest one from us is sparkling away around 13 billion light-years from our little planet. Quasars are made up of some surprising stuff. First of all, scientists have deduced just how big the average energy flare is from a quasar, and it is colossal. As much as 10 trillion times bigger than what our Sun generates each second. No one can truly comprehend the truly epic proportions of one of these flares. It is thought that in order to produce these flares, if at the center of an active quasar is a supermassive black hole, ceaselessly eating up all the matter surrounding it. These supermassive black holes can have a mass 1,000 times greater than the entire Milky Way. That is why, until the quasars have all floated past the horizon of eternity, which is where most of them are found and what the end of the universe is really called, an imaginary line that we are not capable of seeing past even with the help of our most advanced telescopes, it is simply imperative that we study them closely. Think about it. The light coming to us from a quasar is from a time when the universe was 10 times younger than it is now. It is good we can finally say that right now, there have been 195,000 discovered. Fortunately, these gigantic, deadly cosmic storms that insatiably eat everything in their path, these quasars, are too far away to be a danger to our galaxy. Right this second, they are floating away from our world toward the end of the universe. If it even has an end, where the laws of physics cease to rule and outer space as we know it hasn't yet appeared.
Like most people, you probably don't remember what was going on before you were born. But take a second and think, and bam, visions of your early years will dance before your eyes. But at that time, did you really understand what was going on? And how did you understand then what the word big means? You don't have to be an expert to figure that out. All you've got to do is take a big and a little ball and call them examples. You see, it's all in the comparison. That is how the grown-ups examine the world around them. And in this same way, we pay attention to the cosmos, the objects therein, and the processes that govern them. But what is hiding behind that veil, and where can the truth be found? No one will argue that mountains are tall, oceans are vast, and the distance between New York and Moscow is significant. But in our universe, there are objects that are unquestionably bigger and distances much, much greater than the ones just mentioned. They are so huge that those observing on Earth can't see what is happening among the stars in real time. The light from our sun, our closest star, takes 8 minutes just to reach Earth. Now just think about those stars further away. If you look at the scale of the measurements that are used to measure the vast distances of the cosmos, only in the boundaries of the solar system will you find the shortest, from a universal perspective, astronomical units. 1 astronomical unit is the average distance of the Earth from the Sun, approximately 149,600,000 kilometers. Outside our solar system, this measure loses all meaning. Interstar distances in outer space are so vast they are measured in light years, which is a truly mind-boggling distance. 9 with 12 zeros, or if you want to be a bit more exact, 9.46 times 10 to the 12th power kilometers. But even that measure isn't enough when talking about the distance between galaxies, which is measured in parsecs, or more properly, a parallax second, which is equal to 3.26 light years. From there, the measures are delineated from kilo to megaparsecs. Just like with distances, to us, on Earth, the Earth seems huge, and in a world where the biggest thing around is the Earth itself, that makes sense. But now imagine you are an ant, and your whole world is an anthill. With us, it is the same. Many of us live our whole lives in one place, only leaving our homes to go to the nearby market for groceries, never once realizing that all around you is the great and wonderful world. But our planet is one of the small objects in the cosmos. Of course, there are comets, small asteroids, Mercury, the Moon, and other things that are small when compared with the Earth. but there are so many more that are so much bigger. Trying to compare them with our tiny planet is pointless. Even within the bounds of the solar system, comparing the Earth to Jupiter is like comparing a pea with a soccer ball, and if you compare it to the Sun, it is like comparing a poppy seed to an orange. The Sun has a volume 1,301 times greater and a diameter 109 times greater than the Earth. But that is just the start. If you continue to compare and smash that like button, wink, the superstitious horror of just how enormous some things in outer space really are will slowly become clear. Take, for example, the star Betelgeuse, one of the brightest supergiants in our galaxy, 17 times more massive than the Sun and more than 950 times its diameter. But it is nothing in comparison with the monster that will soon become a supernova in the constellation Canis Major, whose diameter is roughly 2,000 times that of the Sun, about 3 billion kilometers, and 300,000 times brighter. If you wanted to take a trip around its equator at the speed of light, it would take you 8 hours. But that is just the stars. Galaxies, that is where you'll find the really shocking distances. If we had the ability to shrink the Sun down to the size of a single cell, and the Milky Way to the same proportions, the whole thing would be the same size as Russia. Now, take into account that in the universe there are billions of galaxies. You might get a bit uncomfortable when you realize just how small we are in this strange, cold, and massive world. Galaxy IC1011, for example, is located 350 million light-years away from the Milky Way. But the difference between them is even greater than that of the Sun and the Earth. Much has been said about the gigantic dimensions of black holes and quasars by those who study them. One such Leviathan, codenamed 1277, has the same circumference of the entire orbit of the planet Neptune, which would take a whopping 4 light days to travel around, making the giant of 8 light hours seem tiny in comparison. Just one of these supermassive black holes could easily swallow the entire solar system whole, and still have room for more, much, much more. In the constellation with the romantic name of Berenice's Hare, there was found still another one, with an incredible diameter of 12 times that of our solar system, and a mass of 21 million times that of the Sun. There are some places in the universe that, despite their unbelievable sizes, turn all understanding of cosmic principles upside down on its head. There is a postulate that states that no cosmic body or formation can exceed 300 million light-years, as that is known as the cosmic size limit. But there is one. It is the Great Wall of Hercules, the Northern King, and it stands out of a galaxy, connected all about by the force of gravity, and has a diameter of 3 gigaparsecs or 10 billion light-years. Unfortunately, we, mankind, only know the size of the visible universe, but even the little piece we get to see is unbelievably huge. Let's finish with one more classic example. If you shrunk down the solar system to be just 1 millimeter across, the universe would be the size of the planet Saturn.
Time is absolute. That is the opinion of the overwhelming majority of physicists. But can we trust their knowledge? Are they reliable? Let's try to figure this out. From a very early age, we learn to break up time into hours and minutes, minutes into seconds, days to weeks, and months to years to decades. We see all around us houses, trees, cars, people, the starry sky, and so much else. And it is all slowly flowing down the eternal, unseen river of time. But is it eternal? When will the end of time come? And what will be after that unimaginable happening? Many have tried to predict what might happen if you tried to stop, slow down, or even turn back time. A work by the name of The Clock That Went Backward by Edward Mitchell, which was the inspiration behind the film The Curious Case of Benjamin Button, who was born an old man and dies a baby, was one of Hollywood's attempts to explore the idea of people manipulating the procession of time. H.G. Wells continued to explore this in his famous novel The Time Machine and in the short story The New Accelerator. It seems, however, that mankind wasn't able to learn too much from this, as our knowledge of time is still incredibly scarce. Even in their most daring fantasies, writers haven't dared to stop time itself, opting rather to create machines to travel along the space-time continuum, or creating unbelievable drugs to dull their users' sense of time and deceiving the mind. According to the laws of classical physics, time moves on at an unchanging pace eternally, the only thing changing being the speed of the movement of the object through space, either faster or slower. You can imagine time as if on a linear scale, with different points representing different moments. People, throughout their short lives, go from one point to another, none breaking the established order of things, except for a few unstoppable writers of science fiction. As for the laws of thermodynamics, they are what keep time orderly and moving in the proper direction. If you really exaggerate this idea, scientists imagine time like a bookshelf that might one day suddenly collapse. If this happened, it could be chaos, but fixing the problem wouldn't be too hard. All you would have to do is put the books back up. But if the books are organized by color, the job gets harder. Then, if you want to take into account the size of the book, the author name, publishing date, or number of pages, reorganizing the books becomes much harder. If you break the thermodynamic bookshelf, putting things back together is almost impossible. But not any harder than clicking that like button. Long before the birth of the very first star, time was already flowing, and it is going to keep going long after the death of our galaxy. But what happens when it ends? Is that even possible? We're accustomed to say that the universe, like time, is never-ending. But saying that, people don't fully understand its meaning, as everything in our world has a beginning and an end, and we don't have anything with which to compare the idea of eternity. There has got to be something that can help us to understand the idea of an ending of eternity. Is it difficult? Actually, no. It's wonderfully simple. A ball. If you try to find its borders, from the start it is pointless, because its borders are endless. But at the same time, it has a definitive area. It's possible that it is the same with the space-time continuum. There is a theory of congealing time that illustrates what might happen during the final days of the universe. One of the theories of the apocalypse says that, possibly, time will stop, and in an instant, the unending run of time will come to a singularity and be fixed in place like an old photograph, but still it will endure forever. Everything that was or will happen will simply be, either age or death, just a single unending instant. From a human point of view, it will seem like immortality all wrapped up in an eternal time capsule. But, paradoxically, you won't even notice that time has stopped. While we forever will measure time, we will never fully understand it, for it is unique. You can't taste it, break it into atoms, or study it under a microscope. So, we break it up into tiny pieces we call seconds, and pretend we know everything there is to know about it. It reminds you of the confidence of a schoolboy, who, reading the first page of a book, thinks he knows everything there is to know about it. Let's take a look at that heavenly body upon which we stand. Our stable ship for our endless flight through space and time. But is it stable? We have been thinking about this question, studied the official opinions, and have found ourselves utterly perplexed. Is it not possible that something from our point of view so eternal, the rotation of the Earth, could have changed? We never stay in the same place, even when we are sleeping. On the contrary, every second of every day, every Earthling is moving with incredible speed, and they don't even notice. Consider this: the Earth is turning about its axis with an average speed of 1,670 kilometers per hour at the equator. As the latitude increases, the speed varies. Our planet is flying around the sun at breakneck speed, close to 108,000 kilometers per hour. The solar system itself is moving. Every 220 million years, it makes a lap around the center of the Milky Way galaxy, with a speed of 200 kilometers per second. At this very second, we are carried on a crash course to our neighbor, the Andromeda Galaxy, with a dizzying speed of 150 kilometers per second. Because of this, it seems a little insignificant to explain the significance of something as simple as the rotation of the Earth. Suffice it to describe two moments that any schoolchild could tell you about: the changing of night and day and the tidal effect. Let's forget about the faraway galaxies and come back to what we already know. Many have talked about what would happen if the Earth suddenly started spinning slower or stopped rotating altogether, which would have instantaneous and irreversible consequences for its inhabitants. But what would happen if our planet started to turn a little faster? This isn't a pointless question. Richard Gross of NASA believes that a series of powerful Japanese earthquakes could cause the planet to turn faster. Even right now, as a result of certain tremors, the Earth rotated for a short time at a slightly faster rate than normal around its axis, causing a few people to joke: panic attacks, cardiovascular problems, vertigo, all because the days are 7 milliseconds shorter. The universe is built with a specific balance. For the Earth, this means that its rotation should be balanced around its imaginary axis. If not, it will be like an unbalanced wheel on a car, shaking and vibrating. But NASA adores thickening the lines that separate them from the life-loving Russian scholars. In particular, Viktor Gorshkov is sure that in order for the changes to be noticeable, you'd have to shift the axis a few hundred kilometers and greatly change the speed of rotation. But that would only be possible by a serious outside collision and would still require special circumstances. An object of at least 100 meters in diameter falling in the middle latitudes at just the right angle and with a speed of about 70 kilometers or more per second. For this reason, scientists are not worried. Until we see an event like that, we won't observe a change in the rotation of the Earth. But what if? Ask a few, hunting for viewers. Well, what? That is how we answer that question. But first, let's dispel some myths about how we will live longer as the days become shorter and become smarter because of the faster vibrations of Mother Earth, increasing the quality of our mental activity. It's all absolutely fake. If the Earth were to increase its speed of rotation by, for example, a factor of 10, from a physics perspective, the following will happen. Changing of gravitational forces. The Earth rotates because of inertia. If you were to increase the inertia, centripetal force would be noticeably increased. Practically, this would look as follows. In the area near the equator, even the heaviest of people, when weighed, will watch as the arrows on their scales creep downward, as centripetal force in that area makes everything feel at least 3 times lighter than gravitational forces. As it increases, we will become at least 3 times lighter. Changing the shape of the planet. If the Earth increases its speed, we will gradually forget that the planet was ever a sphere. Again, because of centripetal force, the Earth's diameter at the equator will start to increase, and it will start to look like a giant potato. The speed at the equator. If right now the current speed is 1,670 kilometers per hour, then when the Earth starts to rotate faster, well, naturally, the speed will increase tenfold to 16,700 kilometers per hour. The only benefit to this scenario is that the increased speed of rotation will greatly help with sending spaceships and goods into space. But don't worry, increasing the speed of rotation by 10 times is not going to happen. Even if the idea to create a gigantic machine to speed up the rotation of the Earth comes into the head of some foolish physicist. There is a limit that, when crossed, the Earth and other similar objects will start to slow down, and its energy, which as we know won't have anywhere to go, will continue to travel around the planet, changing its form and making it look like one giant caterpillar of stone. If you were able to do the impossible and overcome the laws of physics, and the Earth was able to accelerate without changing shape, those living on the planet would be doomed. Near the equator, gravity and centripetal force would cancel each other out, and everything would be weightless, and gradually the atmosphere would leak away. more of the atmosphere will rush into the areas of low pressure and will start to be lost, until eventually nothing is left. Don't forget about the oceans, which when found in a vacuum will instantly boil like coffee in a pot. In these grisly circumstances, the Earth would quickly become just another dead stone in space. Fortunately, while possible, it is highly unlikely this will happen. The people of Earth will never see the sky without a sun. If this happens, no one will be left to contemplate this unusual event, because creatures living today are not able to exist on the surface of the Earth for very long without the light coming from our star. The Egyptians worshipped Ra, the Greeks called it Helios, and the Slavs adored the almighty Yarilo. As for the Japanese, they believed that the star was a parent of their nation. In fact, they were not far from the truth. The sun is an essential component, and without it, life on Earth in its current forms would be impossible. If we dismiss the primitive beliefs and turn to science, we will see that the sun, due to its huge mass, size, and temperature, has particular effects on the processes taking place on the Earth. As for its characteristics, this is a main sequence star, and because of that, its lifespan is about 10 billion years. Compared to the Earth, the Sun is huge. It has a diameter of almost 1.5 million kilometers and a mass of 2,000 billion kilograms. Moreover, it is very hot, and the temperature on its surface amounts to about 6,000 Kelvin. It is not static and turns around the center of our galaxy, the Milky Way, at a speed of 217 kilometers a second. The Sun completes its rotation approximately every 250 million years. This huge star is directly related to the emergence of life on our planet. Photosynthesis is impossible without solar energy, as well as favorable climatic conditions on the Earth, forming thanks to the Sun. However, it may also have negative impacts on the inhabitants of our planet. For example, many people negatively react to the so-called magnetic storms, while solar winds initiating this phenomenon result in eye-catching northern lights. In the absence of UV, it would be impossible to get vitamin D, which would cause tuberculosis, rachitis, and other severe illnesses. At the same time, UV, or rather its excess, may result in serious cancerous changes to people's skin. In addition to the impact on people's health and participation in emergence of life itself, the Sun can cause much bigger problems and destroy things in formation of which it was participating for many centuries in a second. Catastrophes that can be brought by this temperamental star to our naked planet may very quickly become global. We remember that in 2012, people forecasted the end of the world, we are doomed, which, as we know now, did not happen. But it won't be useless to remember the possible consequences. Small solar flares are a usual phenomenon, but many people forget about a suddenness effect. A flare can be so intense that those local and episodic problems taking place on the Earth through the Sun's fault will seem to be childish. Serious activity may have consequences comparable to a blow of an asteroid or an atomic bomb burst. The explanation lies in a quick change in the electromagnetic field of the Earth and emergence of constant supply of immense electric current. The relevant consequences will manifest quickly. About 300 key transformers will melt within 90 seconds after the flare. Later on, there will be rolling blackouts. Elevators and trains all over the world will stop. There will be interruptions in the work of airports and thermal and pressure water stations. People will be left with no TV, radio, and internet communication. Fridges will be off, and even satellites with such high protection levels can fail. This scenario is quite probable, since modern electric grids are not able to withstand such load. There is no plan for the prevention of this danger. There are abstract reflections about a need to design more protected satellites, hospitals, and other equipment, and create autonomous sources of computer power supply, but that's it. Throughout human history, the Sun was associated with numerous disasters happening on Earth. Huge tides, awful earthquakes, and lethal epidemics. All this was connected with the peaks of activity of the star. As for the influence produced by the magnetic storms on people's mentality, there is an obvious increase in a number of suicides and catastrophes taking place in periods of maximum solar activity. But the main catastrophe that is 100% certain to happen will take place in about 5 billion years. No one from Earth will see it. But our far descendants will be able to feel that it is coming. It is the collapse or death of the Sun. Many centuries after this momentous event, a huge red giant that used to give us life some time ago will mercilessly burn to ashes, a place that people called their home. Do you think that man is the master of creation whose brain knows no bounds? That's a very big mistake. The speed of light in a vacuum is one of the numerous barriers which have not been overcome by humans yet. The maximum speed attained by 3 humans is about 40,000 kilometers an hour. They were astronauts from the Apollo 10 mission. There is no doubt that a century ago, these figures would have caused a furor. But modern humanity has another, more ambitious goal. You might ask, which one? 1 billion kilometers an hour? These very figures are hidden in the sacramental expression, speed of light. Right now, they are only possible in the pages of science fiction books and NASA software. But what pitfalls are lying in wait for enthusiastic scientists on this thorny path? Problem number 1. Speed. Today's pathetic attainable speeds will take the Voyager space probe, which has recently moved outside the solar system, to the relatively close Aldebaran system in only 2 million years. In the conditions of present-day engineering development, and at most hypothetically possible speeds, it would also take people of Earth several thousand generations to get to Proxima Centauri, the nearest star located at a distance of about 4.5 light-years. To compare, in particular conditions, an ion engine moves at a speed of up to 56,000 kilometers an hour, which means that it would take a ship with such an engine 81,000 Earth years to get to Proxima Centauri. During this time, 2,700 generations will have changed on Earth, thus making this trip almost senseless. In the case of a gravity-assisted maneuver, the maximum speed can be about 240,000 kilometers an hour, which is just a fraction of the speed of light. Voyager would get to Proxima Centauri in about 19,000 years at such a speed. Doesn't sound that inspiring, right? But if we imagine that a ship able to fly the speed of light has already been built, the forecasts are quite sad. It would take this vessel tens of thousands of years to fly around our Milky Way, which is 100,000 light-years in diameter. And how long would it take to fly to the neighboring Andromeda Galaxy, separated from us by a distance of 2.5 million light-years? Moreover, we should take into account that we see the galaxy the way it looked many millions of years ago. It is possible that this galaxy does not now exist at all, and the only thing left from the nebula is the light that has reached Earth. Problem number 2. Ship. Now, it is absolutely impossible to build a spaceship that could even come close to the speed of light. There is neither the fuel nor materials. Huge overloads faced by a shuttle in deep space require extra strong materials, unreal sizes, and revolutionary new fuel. For example, in order to use thermonuclear reactions, a ship has to be the size of a small planet, weigh as much as the moon, and be full of dangerous cargo. Fuel. It is impossible to build such a monster in orbit, and all the more on the Earth's surface. And if we try to make a small shuttle move at the speed of light, it will take as much energy as the Earth generates for an entire month. Scientists have thought about using antimatter. An engine using such fuel can accelerate a ship to a speed constituting 70% of the speed of light. But this method creates even more problems. Firstly, the process of annihilation, the interaction between matter and antimatter, creates huge radiation, and all organisms on board such a ship would die. Secondly, there emerges the problem of fuel storage. The smallest contact with the ship would lead to a terrible explosion. Thirdly, the creation of antimatter is a very costly affair, and its result is very non-durable. 1 milligram of positrons costs $25 million and exists for about 20 minutes. Desperate scientists also have strange ideas about the creation of an artificial human world inside an asteroid, which would fly in space for many tens of generations to the nearest star by revolving around its axis. Yet, there is a risk that in several thousand years, people would forget about their purpose and place of destination, and wouldn't even remember who they initially were. And the story about traveling to the star would turn into another legend. Problem number 3. Violent space. Unlike the likes under this video, a vacuum is not empty at all. In the conditions of light speed, its particles turn into a deadly threat for an intergalactic voyager. Even at a speed of 20% of light, hydrogen and space dust atoms will severely bomb a spacecraft body. And the speed of light will simply kill the vessel together with its crew. The strength of impact will be comparable with a proton beam accelerated using the Hadron Collider. There is no material able to withstand such impacts, even in theory. Hypothetically, it is possible to build a screen protecting the ship against bombarding and lethal radiation doses. But this screen has to be several hundred meters thick and weigh several hundred tons. You have all heard a lot about the cosmos, the stars, the planets, and you'd be hard-pressed to find someone who hasn't heard of perhaps the most mysterious planet in the solar system. I hope you've guessed by now, we'll be talking about Jupiter. But what is so special about this gas giant? Jupiter is about 143,000 kilometers wide at its equator, 318 times bigger than the Earth, and a volume 100 times greater than ours. It actually has a relatively small density, not that much different from the density of water. Jupiter has rings, just like Saturn, but they are much less visible, which is why they were discovered only not too long ago. This gas giant is actually quite close to becoming a small star. But that won't be the planet's fate, as it doesn't have quite enough mass for the necessary nuclear reactions. What would an astronaut see on a mission to the never-ending expanse of Jupiter? First, the traveler would see that there isn't a hard surface, but a solid layer of atmosphere, 1,000 kilometers thick, and then a constantly churning ocean of liquid hydrogen. Second, if you love the different seasons of the year, don't bother coming to Jupiter, because there is neither winter nor summer on that planet. If you are a lover of the dawn, however, you will be quite happy, as the sun rises over the gas giant every 10 hours. But don't get too excited, disappointment surely awaits. Our star is 5 times further from Jupiter than it is from us, by about 800 million kilometers, which makes the sun look like a tiny disk on the horizon, and not nearly as fiery as on our humble planet. 1 year on Jupiter is as long as almost 12 Earth years. But the most interesting thing on the planet is its enormous hurricanes. There are many of them in the planet's turbulent atmosphere, where winds blow with unbelievable speed, not unlike the likes on this video, reaching speeds of even 150 meters per second. The most famous one is, of course, the Great Red Spot. That simple name describes a constant hurricane found in the upper layers of the Jovian atmosphere that has been in the same place now for about 3 centuries on Earth. At some point in their careers, every astronomer on Earth has looked at the Great Red Spot. To some, it is even thought of as a solid object, floating around in Jupiter's atmosphere. This great whirlwind has several unique features. First of all, it is truly huge. It measures on average 14 by 30,000 kilometers across. But these numbers constantly change. To put that in perspective, it is always possible to fit not 1, but 2 Earths inside it. The spot turns around its axis about once every 6 days. Secondly, the Great Red Spot seems to have a pretty stable residence permit, as it has been there for 300 years already. Thirdly, the winds inside the cyclone are some of the strongest in the solar system. With speeds reaching up to 600 kilometers per hour, the temperature of the spot is around 160 degrees Celsius, a bit warmer than the usual 130 degrees Celsius of the upper layers of the atmosphere. Tourists love an entourage, but on Jupiter, they once again are going to be met with bitter disappointment. The Jovian views they'll find will be pretty dull. A thick, multicolored atmosphere made up of clouds of ammonia that fly by at speeds faster than any found on Earth. And then there's the smell that characteristic smell of ammonia will definitely call up memories of school laboratories. Except, of course, you would need to be in a spacesuit, which would, fortunately, filter out the smells. In Jupiter's sky, all of its 67 moons are not visible, as some of them are very small. But the biggest ones, discovered by Galileo, Europa, Io, Ganymede, and Callisto, are always hanging out on the horizon, all in their own time. On Jupiter, you can also see polar lights quite a few times stronger than here on Earth, which brings a certain character to the planet. These fascinating lights owe their beauty to the strong magnetic pole of the planet, which is 50 times stronger than the Earth's. A voyager to Jupiter needs to be careful though. The gas giant has yet another danger: intense radiation. When the Galileo space probe flew past the planet, it received a dose of radiation that was 25 times stronger than what is lethal to human beings. Also, lightning on the planet can be 3 times larger and more powerful than on Earth. Lastly, there is still one more strange fact to this great planet. Seeing as there isn't really anything on Jupiter that can cast a shadow, it seems like there aren't any shadows there, but there are. Shadows on Jupiter, like everything else, are massive. They are cast by its moons. But if you visit there, don't try to escape the heat by hiding in one. You won't find any relief there. The temperature in the shadows actually is noticeably higher there. It is a paradox that still is yet to be explained by modern science.
We find ourselves at a truly historic time, and we're witnessing many events which will certainly be included in history books. We used to think that something bad is hiding behind those words, something like wars or pandemic that has been spreading around the world for more than a year. But one of these days there was a historical breakthrough and a huge step forward for all mankind as a whole, and a field of space in particular. February 18, 2021 has become a truly significant day. What has been followed by millions of people for 6 months has been successfully completed. The Perseverance rover has finally completed the journey to the surface of the Red Planet. And on that day at 12:55 p.m. Pacific Time, everyone was finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. We can rightfully call Perseverance the heart of NASA's Mars 2020 mission. The Super Rover launched on an Atlas V rocket from the coast of Florida on July 30, 2020. The rover managed to accurately land in the Jezero impact crater, located in the west of the Isidis Plain, near the eastern edge of Syrtis Major. It's interesting that in that era on Mars, the crater was a lake when a system of river valleys was forming. The name Jezero is translated as a lake. This word is present in many Slavic languages, such as Serbian or Slovenian. The rover received the name Perseverance. The name was chosen and named the rover National Student Essay Contest organized by NASA. This wonderful and proud moniker was born in the essay of Alexander Mather, at the time a 7th grader at Lake Braddock Secondary School in Burke, Virginia. Perseverance is a strong word. Thomas Zurbuch, an associate administrator of NASA Science Mission Directorate, said in March 2020 during the rover's naming ceremony. It's about making progress despite obstacles. The launch of the rover has already become an amazing demonstration of that very perseverance and ability to avoid obstacles. I hope you remember that getting to Mars is not so easy. And it's not just about distance. There's a so-called window of opportunity, the moment when the distance between Earth and Mars is reduced to a minimum. Such windows suitable for missions to Mars only appear every 26 months, so NASA decided to get the rover off the ground in time. This is a very daunting task, and it was even more difficult because of the coronavirus pandemic, which forced to review the hardware assembly, testing protocols and team safety. You know what? They managed to do it. The rover has successfully landed and has even sent 2 color images from the surface of Mars. The first image is a selfie of the wheel. The second one is the surface of Mars, which turned out to be rather gray, not red. NASA also published a video of landing of the Perseverance rover on the surface of Mars and the first 360-degree panoramic image. Why is Perseverance so important to us, since this is not the first rover to visit Mars? Why is it so unique? And what great mission was it assigned? The groundbreaking rover was developed by NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory, and no doubt this rover is the most advanced and modern machine that has ever been created on Earth. It has a truly unique set, which will allow performing very ambitious and important tasks for the subsequent exploration of Mars. After a series of tests, the rover will hunt for signs of ancient life on Mars, collecting and storing rock samples for future return to Earth. One of the main tasks is to prepare for the future landing of astronauts and test ways to obtain oxygen on Mars. The rover also helped to improve landing techniques, to accurately define weather conditions on Mars, and more. Perseverance will scrutinize Martian rocks using a variety of high-tech scientific instruments, including numerous spectrometers, high-resolution cameras, and ground-penetrating radar. One of the rover's 7 instruments, called SuperCam, will zap rocks with a laser and gauge the composition of the resulting vapor. Using a drill at the end of the long robotic arm, Perseverance will collect about 40 samples from highly promising areas and seal them into special tubes. Possibly as early as 2031, this material will be delivered to the Earth as part of a joint NASA and European Space Agency campaign. An unmanned robotic aerial vehicle named Ingenuity was also found to be a breakthrough innovation. This drone is equipped with cameras and will perform a reconnaissance mission, flying around Mars and transmitting accurate and high-quality images. Like other NASA rovers, the 6-wheel Perseverance is largely based on its predecessor, the NASA Curiosity rover, which landed on Gale Crater on Mars in August 2012 and is still going strong today. But it has some amazing innovations, discovering completely new opportunities for humanity. Perseverance is several inches longer than Curiosity, and with weight of 2,260 pounds is almost 300 pounds heavier. The sets of scientific instruments of the 2 rovers also differ significantly. These 2 rovers have the same basic design and the same type of nuclear power source. They also use the same strategy to land safely on the Red Planet. Do you like numbers or statistics? I'm sure that normally you would say no. But we shouldn't miss unique indicators of Perseverance. Curiosity's specific strategy for getting rovers to Mars sounds like something out of science fiction. Perseverance slammed into the atmosphere of Mars at a speed of 12,100 miles per hour. And in several minutes it ejected a 70.5-foot wide parachute, continuing to move faster than sound. But Mars' air is just 1% as thick as that of Earth, so a chute couldn't slow the rover down enough for a safe landing. Mars 2020 therefore employed a rocket-powered sky crane, which lowered the Mars car to the red dirt on cables, then flew off to crash land intentionally a safe distance away. To everyone's delight, NASA received word that Perseverance had gotten down safely at 12:55 p.m. Pacific Time, about 11 minutes after the landing actually took place. It currently takes that long for signals to travel from the Red Planet to Earth. The news prompted wild celebrations at the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Southern California, which manages the Mars 2020 mission. There was doubtless a decent dose of relief mixed with the excitement, for success today was far from guaranteed. Over the decades, only about half of Mars surface missions have touched down safely. And Perseverance's landing site on bottom of Jezero, which features hazards such as cliffs, sand dunes, and boulder fields, was the toughest ever targeted by a Mars mission. The rover's landing ellipse was just 4.8 miles long by 4.1 miles wide, compared to 4 miles by 12 for Curiosity. Perseverance hit the target today with the aid of 2 new entry, descent, and landing technologies that Curiosity didn't have at its disposal. One, called Range Trigger, allowed the mission to deploy its supersonic parachute at just the right moment. The other, terrain-relative navigation, enabled Perseverance's sky crane to assess the Jezero landscape and navigate autonomously around potential hazards during the descent. The landing technologies worked exactly as planned, guiding Perseverance to a picture-perfect touchdown on a safe and flat part of Jezero's floor. And the rover seems to have made it through all challenges in fine shape. Perseverance has already beamed home its first images of its new surroundings, and initial health checks and onboard system tests revealed no causes for concern. Curiosity was once created to access the habitability of Mars, and that rover has found plenty of evidence that Gale Crater could have supported Earth-like life billions of years ago. Perseverance will take the next step in this direction. Jezero is a great place to do such work, mission team members have said. The crater, which lies about 18 degrees north of the Martian equator, hosted a lake the size of Lake Tahoe long ago, and also an ancient river delta. Besides, Mars orbiters have spied on Jezero's floor clay minerals, which form in the presence of liquid water. Do you remember at the beginning of the video we asked, what is next? As it turns out, we will discover many interesting things. Once on Earth, the samples will be studied by hundreds of scientists for decades to come. Researchers are still poring over the moon rocks hauled home by NASA's Apollo astronauts half a century ago. Bobby Braun, director of Solar System Exploration at Jet Propulsion Laboratory, said during a pre-landing news conference on February 17th. It's ambitious, it's challenging, it's a scientifically compelling goal that over decades we have been working toward, and it's right there. It's just within our reach. Well, let's hope that's how it goes. Perseverance has great chances to go down in history of Mars exploration with many fantastic breakthroughs. Have you ever hoped that you would see Shakespeare's Fairy Queen from the comedy A Midsummer Night's Dream looking through a telescope? Meanwhile, it's quite possible. The modest gas giant Uranus is worth paying attention. It has a host of various satellites around. One of these satellites is Titania. For the first time, an earthly observer saw this huge and icy moon in 1787. William Herschel, astronomer, was the first to discover it. He was the only one to observe Titania for the next 50 years. So the quiet and frozen moon, what is it like? Which one of the earthly automatic probes dared to visit its surroundings? The only one who saw the planet firsthand was Voyager 2 in 1986. Not a single interplanetary station has ever flown into this location, and in the near future, no flights to the Uranus system are considered. What did the fearless probe manage to find out? By virtue of the exploration of the Pioneer Voyager 2, we'll learn that Titania is the largest satellite of Uranus with a diameter of 1,577 kilometers. The reddish-brown planet orbits 436,000 kilometers from the smoky turquoise giant. The general area of the surface of Titania is 7.8 million square kilometers. This moon is constantly turned by one side to the parent celestial body, and 1 year on the satellite lasts the same time as 1 day, which makes about 9 Earth days. Titania is influenced by the magnetosphere of Uranus, so active plasma particles regularly and continuously bombard its surface. We believe that the hemisphere facing the giant has a darker hue for this reason. Neighborhood with Uranus gives Titania incredibly long periods of summer and winter. Each one lasts for more than 4 decades. This means that during 42 years, one of the poles is immersed in darkness and the other is full of light for the same period of time. This strange world is most likely very cold. We could assume that during the summer solstice, the temperature on the satellite's surface doesn't rise above 300 degrees Fahrenheit below zero. The crust of Titania is solid water ice. In addition, the half of the crust are stone inclusions and possibly organic matter. Of course, there are some chilling secrets in the Voyager 2 mission. It's possible that between the core and the mantle of Titania, there's a subglacial water ammonia ocean. Although there's no exact information about this yet. If the water body does exist, it could be 50 kilometers deep, and its temperature could reach 117 degrees Fahrenheit below zero. It's possible that after the incredible ocean had been frozen, the crust of Titania subsequently cracked, which increased the surface by 7%. What else should we mention when talking about this satellite? The largest and most massive moon of Uranus is a world of vast valleys, ledges, and deepest craters. The planet's surface is quite young, which indicates that it has been renewed recently. Despite the fact that geological activity somewhat combed and smoothed the satellite's body, it still has one impressive scar. The largest known crater of Titania is called Gertrude. You can see it in the upper right part of the image. It is a funnel with a diameter of 326 kilometers and a central hill 150 kilometers wide, towering 3,000 meters above the monstrous pit. This is the largest impact crater of those that cover the surfaces of 27 Uranian satellites. But this type of terrain is not the only one. There are grabens on Titania, which are 50 kilometers wide and up to 5 kilometers deep. That means that if the observer were on one side of the fault, he would not even realize that he is standing next to the canyon. In order to do this, he would have significantly rise above the surface of the Uranian moon. One of the most prominent among Titania's canyons is Messina, which runs for about 1,500 kilometers. Compared to it, the terrestrial Grand Canyon is a minor notch, which is not worth attention. The slopes of Messina are covered with water frost. It is evidenced by polarimetric data. The spectrograph has found light deposits around craters and faults, which has different porous structure. The astronomers have concluded that this is what's commonly called frost. In general, the landscape of Titania is the result of a tough confrontation between endogenous factors, such as cryovolcanism and external impact effects. There are only 15 craters, 2 canyons, and 1 ledge on the map of the satellite. But there are more of them on the planet. Therefore, our descendants will most likely give names to so far unnamed ruts and cliffs. It's easy to notice that the name of the relief objects discovered on the satellite of Uranus entirely relates to the works of great William Shakespeare. The Merchant of Venice, 238-kilometer Belmont Canyon and 64-kilometer crater Jessica. Hamlet, the Titanic crater Gertrude, Antony and Cleopatra, 33-kilometer long crater Iris, and others. What's also interesting, Titania has the atmosphere. But don't be excited too early. The atmosphere here is extremely weak and thin. It's present only in certain seasons and is prone to migrating to the shaded poles. The air of the satellite mainly consists of carbon dioxide. Nitrogen and methane are too light to be found in the ghostly atmosphere of Titania. These elements will instantly drift into space. 30 years ago, Voyager 2 approached 365,000 kilometers to Titania, but explored only 40% of the surface. Meanwhile, only slightly more than half of the indicated territory could be mapped. The detailed study of the surface of Titania was hampered by the fact that one side of it was in deep shadow, so it couldn't be explored. If you looked at the sky of Titania, you would see Uranus ringed with thin, barely noticeable hoops. As we have already mentioned, the satellite never turns to the planet with its reverse side. It's easy to guess that the gas giant has forever settled in the sky of Titania, while the opposite hemisphere has never seen its formidable neighbor. Let's think what will happen if someone suddenly comes up with the idea of organizing a manned mission to the largest Uranian satellite. Desperate travelers will have to understand a simple truth: the planet is extremely inhospitable. There's severe frost on it. The rugged surface is full of hellish faults and deep craters. The radiation background is off-scale due to the proximity of Uranus, and the change of seasons is so rare that there's a possibility to die until next summer. The one consolation to the absence of the atmosphere on Titania is that there are no destroying hurricanes with speeds up to 300 kilometers per second, as they are in Uranus. Besides, it has a solid surface, unlike its gaseous neighbor, where an alien wouldn't be able to take a seat or even stand. Let's look at this beautiful but harsh moon once again. At least we have the eyes of one of the Voyagers. It's very sad to contemplate, but our interest of the conditions on Titania is purely theoretical, because not only astronauts, but also automatic probes will not visit the distant planetary system in the near future. Therefore, at the moment, you have a great chance to become famous and self-actualize by offering your own author's project of the mission to Titania. The observable universe has an area of about 90 billion light-years. We can assume that the unobservable part of the universe might be much larger. The cosmos is so immense that the human mind simply can't comprehend it, at least not yet. However, some theories say it may turn out that the cosmos is much smaller than we think. How can that be? Welcome to the Hubble channel. Today we will try to guide you along the bridge connecting the macro and microcosm. According to modern data, the observable part of the universe may have a diameter of about 20 trillion light-years. Just imagine it. Based on the available data, we can assume that most of the outer space should be empty, because there is no much matter in our part of the explored cosmos. Looking into space, we will see giant, boundless expanses of the icy void. But what if the universe fits in one atom? Sounds absurd? Don't be skeptical. This theory might not be all that incredible, though it's more like philosophical fiction. But first, answer a question. Do you remember what you know about matter? Any matter consists of the smallest particles, which are called atoms. These babies are the basis for the universe in the usual sense. Atoms are so small that we cannot really see them using even the strongest optical devices. In fact, we cannot even know with reasonable certainty what exactly an atom looks like. We can only assume this based on scientific theorizations. Although we cannot see atoms, it is considered proven that atoms consist of smaller subatomic particles, such as neutrons, protons, electrons, and quarks. Nowadays, it's already known for certain that atoms are so numerous and small that the body of an average adult consists of approximately 7 octillion atoms. Let's remind that this figure can be represented as the digit 7 with 27 zeros. Just try to imagine this number. But an atom, in turn, also has its complex structure, and it allows us to think about the incredible theory of the micro-universe. What does an atom look like, so to say, from the inside? From your school chemistry course, you probably remember that an atom consists of a nucleus, which is formed from protons, neutrons, and electrons moving around it. This model was proposed by Ernest Rutherford in 1911 and was called the planetary model of the atom. Indeed, you can see the analogy, because the movement of atoms around the nucleus is very similar to the movement of planets around the Sun. Moreover, this model hasn't been rebutted and is even confirmed by modern research, clarifying that the motion of electrons should be described by the laws of quantum mechanics and not classical. Is that to say that the smallest particle, the basis of matter, has a similar structure with neither more nor less the solar system? Could this be a simple coincidence due to the laws of physics, or is this similarity something much more fantastic? We'll return to this issue in a minute, but for now, try to answer the question: how many electrons are there in our universe? The question sounds absurd, doesn't it? Neither the most powerful computer nor the human brain can handle such a number. But what if I told you that there's only one electron? The interpretation of one electron universe postulate was offered by the American physicist Richard Feynman, and it all sounds like pure fantasy. The hypothesis says that actually all the same electron moves in space and time so quickly that it seems to us that there are a great many of them. Just one particle gives shape to everything that we consider to be the whole universe. How about that? Of course, this theory didn't find many supporters. But what is funny due to the principle of the identity of electrons and the possibility to experimentally distinguish one electron from another, the theory cannot be refuted. How's that for a paradox? But let's go back to the structure of an atom and those incredible theories. Let's try to answer the question: what is the size of an object? Although the meaning of this word is domestic and familiar, actually the concept of size is rather mysterious and relative. For example, the world around us is adjusted to our size because it was built by us, but if we consider natural creations, everything is far from so simple. The mountains and planets are so huge for us that it is impossible to comprehend them, but we consider small ants as well as all microscopic life forms. But do ants consider themselves small? Do they understand that they live in the world of giants? It's unlikely that their world is as familiar to them as our world is familiar to us. Comparing with space objects, we're not even microscopic. We're talking about even smaller values. This idea makes our skin crawl, and no surprise why. No wonder the great master of horror and fantasy Howard Phillips Lovecraft in his works promoted the idea of the insignificance of humanity in front of the face of the endless space. And here we come to the main issue of our video. What if our universe can fit on the tip of a needle? What if the solar system is just an atom, one of the myriads of the same, which are part of some other matter? Based on this version, it's logical to assume that the atoms and particles that make up our world can also contain worlds inside. As one wise man said, the limit doesn't exist, does it? Yes, as a matter of fact. Our reality may indeed be at the subatomic level of the completely different reality. Likewise, other worlds can be located on our subatomic level. And so ad infinitum, decreasing and increasing the scale. Sounds incredible, but we're here to explore the incredible. The most interesting is that looking at the known universe and observing the laws functioning there, we can easily come to the same conclusion. Everything starts with the smallest particles, like an atom, and ends with colossal celestial bodies and star clusters. Everything in our world, starting from your lunch today to some recently discovered exoplanet, is made of the same building block. The dream of the scientific world is to find a theory of everything. The question of the ratio of the micro and macrocosm is the most important building block in this theory. By reconciling quantum mechanics and classical physics, generations of young scientists may be able to understand the true nature of our universe, and even what goes beyond it. After all, even according to one of the most popular versions of the origin of our universe, it all began as an infinitely dense and at the same time a small singularity. Later, the small point spread to all known limits. This is called the Big Bang Theory, a transformation from something small to something bigger. Do you also think that this is quite consistent with what we have talked about the micro and macrocosm today? Yes, but there's also an important note. A point is not equal to an atom. Despite its small size, The singularity that caused the Big Bang contained everything necessary to build the entire universe, and it's still impossible to say that it originated from one atom. There's also the so-called string theory, which is a great candidate as a theory of everything. The general idea of this incredibly complex theory, which has many interpretations, is that an atom is not the spherical object, whose shape and appearance we remember from school, but rather something like strings. The relationship between these vibrating strings includes almost everything known to science. The laws of classical physics, including gravity and quantum mechanics. But there are also weak points in string theory. It explains a lot, but begins to stumble. For example, on dark matter. In this case, string theory begins sagging. But say no to pessimism. Scientists have been struggling for a long time to integrate the theory of dark matter into string theory. At the end of 2018, Swedish scientists published a new version of string theory, according to which our universe exists on the edge of an ever-expanding bubble. This version brushes aside the 4 dimensions which are familiar to us, 3 spatial and 1 temporal dimension, and it invites us to consider our entire universe as just vibrations on the surface of this bubble. That what happens inside the bubble, or at the distance from it, remains a mystery. How about these prospects? We're just one small civilization, a point in a small piece of reality located on the surface of a bubble, which in turn can be a part of something much larger. Perhaps our whole world is just a proton or a quark, just a small particle of reality. Why don't we feel it in any way? Does the atom in your sunglasses feel like it's just the atom that makes up plastic? But is it so important to get an unambiguous answer to this question? Eventually, we should only be grateful that our common huge home called the universe is full of such amazing secrets. Many of you would agree with the statement, fish like the bottom deeper and flatter, man also looks for what is better. This rule applies not only to people, but also to the planets. Some of them are absolutely dead and deserted, while others have necessary potential for the origin of life. For example, our hospitable Earth. What determines the chances of any planet to become comfortable for the development of intelligent and highly organized forms of life? Will we ever learn about the existence of alien life, or it simply does not and cannot exist? Was the origin of life on Earth the result of a chain of unique accidents that are unlikely to be repeated on another planet? Does any specific place matter for the origin of life in space? Let's try to figure it out today. Why various planets have so different conditions. The surface of some planets is hot and saturated with poisonous vapors. The other ones are so cold that any living being would instantly turn into ice there. Obviously, in addition to the composition of the planet, it also depends on the location of the planet in the galaxy relative to the stars, as well as the stars that are near the planet. The area of space where the planets can be potentially habitable is called the habitable zone, or it is sometimes referred to by another name, the Goldilocks zone. The fairy tale tells us about the girl who had to use objects one by one and only single object of each set was usable. The rest turned out to be either too big or small, hard or soft, and only something in between fit perfectly. Haven't you understood how a fairy tale could be related to the possibility of the origin of life on different planets? It has a direct relation. After all, each planet can have only one perfect place, not too far from the star, but at the same time not too close. What are other factors that affect the planets? Let's try to figure it out. Some scholars believe that planets located in special regions of large galaxies may be the most suitable for life. These areas are called galactic habitable zones. We will talk about them today. What constitutes such a zone, and what mandatory conditions does it imply? The concept of a galactic habitable zone has been criticized more than once due to the inability of scientists to fully assess the factors that turn individual places of the macrocosm into potential oases of life. Besides, some stars often have unstable orbits over long periods of time, which periodically causes shifting of the habitable zones. Nevertheless, such locations in space do exist, and we live in one of them. Many scientists such as Harlow Shapley, Jim Clark, Wallace Tucker, as well as many other astrophysicists, paleontologists, biologists, and astronomers worked on the development of the theory of a galactic habitable zone at different times. What factors contribute to the emergence of acceptable conditions in certain regions of the galaxy? The most important, as we have said before, is the location next to the correct star at the correct distance. In other words, the planet should be located not too close so that the star doesn't burn out the surface with excessive radiation, as it happens, for example, with Mercury. The nearby sun prevents the planet from forming a dense atmosphere, and at the daytime the surface heats up to almost 800 degrees Fahrenheit. The planet shouldn't be also too far from the star, so as not to turn into an icy desert like Uranus and Neptune. The star is also very significant. Astronomers have concluded that the planets that are outside the solar system, so-called exoplanets, are more likely to appear near young high-metallicity stars, which contain elements heavier than helium and hydrogen. But it is important to maintain a balance here. The unbalanced number of elements will cause giants to appear instead of Earth-like objects, knocking the planets out of their orbits and committing other atrocities. Nearby supernovae, for example, have the potential to severely harm life on a planet. With excessive frequency, such catastrophic outbursts have the potential to sterilize an entire region of a galaxy for billions of years. After we have learned the main parameters of safe zones in which life might most likely develop, you probably have a natural question. Where are these zones located, and what do they look like? According to the available data, the galactic habitable zone is commonly believed to be an annulus-like region located in the center of the galactic plane, and the size of this ring can vary and change. What are the dimensions of the chubby ring? According to research conducted in 2004 by Lineweaver, the Goldilocks zone across the Milky Way is located at a distance of 4 to 10 kiloparsecs from the galactic center. Other researchers cite data from 2.5 to 15 kiloparsecs. But these are not the final figures, since many factors influence the narrowing or expansion of the favorable sector, including unpredictable cosmic catastrophes that inevitably shake the black spaces of the macrocosm. Why is the study of space habitable zones so important? First of all, this study can provide answers to two most important questions for mankind. Does life on other planets exist? Are there Earth-like planets that someday in the future may become a new home for Earthlings? These questions are rather complex because everything related to space is quite fragile and subject to its own laws. For example, supernova explosions we have talked about are dangerous for existing planets, but at the same time they help to create new ones. Their waves spread heavy elements throughout the universe, creating new stars and planets on their orbit. You see how complex and subtle everything is. It's bad if there are no supernovae emitting their apocalyptic gamma-ray bursts, because no new space objects will appear. It's also bad if supernova activity is too high, because any potential life on nearby planets will be destroyed. The abundance of such nuances and subtleties, which is quite numerous, gave rise to the so-called rare Earth hypothesis. This is the very end of the answer to one of the age-old questions that Earthlings have been asking since they first began to explore space. Why hasn't a single trace of extraterrestrial life been found in the universe, which is many billions of years old? Are we really alone in the universe? The rare Earth hypothesis tells us that yes, we are. The creation of the Earth in the form which allowed the first life to originate, evolve and take intelligent forms is a chain of such unique accidents that it is unlikely that something like this can happen again, just according to the theory of probability. We will analyze in detail this interesting but slightly pessimistic theory in the other videos, but for now let's just say that it has been criticized a lot. And moreover, a large number of exoplanets that were discovered in the Goldilocks zone proves that we may be just not unique at all. What did the scientists manage to find? On March 6, 2009, Kepler, a NASA astronomical satellite designed specifically to search for exoplanets like our Earth, was launched. The satellite was equipped with a super-sensitive photometer and was created specifically for this purpose. It was designed for 3.5 years of operation, but worked a little longer, failing only on May 12, 2013. Kepler has managed to serve mankind a lot by transferring sensational data to scientists, so over the years of work, it managed to discover more than 3.5 thousand potential planets, which more than 1,000 of them have been confirmed by various scientific groups. Moreover, some of these planets are as big as the Earth. Who knows what we'll be able to find on such planets if we fly to them on a research mission? Perhaps extraterrestrial dinosaurs, or maybe people who haven't yet reached the level of space exploration. What do you think? Can numerous extraterrestrial civilizations exist within the Milky Way simply not paying attention to Earthlings? Or they have not yet reached a sufficient level of development to contact us? Can we make such predictions based on the theory of the galactic habitable zone? What do you think about the fact that we can really be alone in the universe? The speed of light is about 299,792,458 meters per second. This value is quite accurate, isn't it? But how have we determined it? According to the calculation by Ole Romer, the speed of light is about 220,000 kilometers per second. Half a century later, in 1728, James Bradley discovered stellar aberration and confirmed the finiteness of the speed of light. The value obtained by Bradley's was 308,000 kilometers per second. The most accurate measurement of the speed of light was carried out in 1975 based on a reference meter. According to this measurement, the exact value is defined as 299,792,458 meters per second. We can say that this is the highest possible speed in the universe, but can we reach it? In theory, to reach the speed of light, our aircraft should be massless. The paradox is that you don't have to physically exist such an acceleration. The speed of light may seem enormous, but taking into account the distance between space objects, it is no longer so impressive. Moreover, it seems quite modest compared with human ambitions to travel fast from one point of the universe to another. Of course, light can circle the Earth 7.5 times in 1 second, but it also has limits. For example, when talking to a person who is 1 meter away from you, the latency of what you see is 3.3 nanoseconds. In general, nothing in the universe appears before us in the present time or now. Let's try to start with familiar objects, such as the Moon. The natural satellite of our planet is 380,000 kilometers away from its surface. That means that from Earth we see the Moon as it was 1.3 seconds ago. The latency for the Sun is 8 minutes, and for Mars it makes 14 minutes. We can conclude that it takes almost 14 minutes for the rovers to do the simplest movement, because they're controlled directly from the Earth. It turns out that the speed of light is a kind of border for any other speed, such as radio, micro, and gamma waves. Let's try to go even further. The closest star system to Earth is the Alpha Centauri system, which is 4.3 light-years away. There are 3 stars in the system, and the smallest one, Proxima Centauri, is the closest one, 4.2 light-years from the Sun. A planet which is the size of the Earth is orbiting Proxima Centauri. Let's imagine that it is inhabited by intelligent life forms that are interested in space exploration like humans. So aliens will be able to see the 4 years old picture of the Earth. If their telescope can show every person on Earth, then they can see you 4 years younger than you are in the moment of observation. The center of the Milky Way is located 25,000 light-years away from the Sun, which means that we see it as it was 25,000 years ago. Let's zoom in. Imagine that there's a planet with intelligent inhabitants which is located 2,000 light-years away from us. To observe the Earth, they'll need a telescope with a diameter of several 100,000 kilometers. All of us have seen pictures and videos of the dark, night side of the Earth, and all of us remember perfectly well the scattering of the luminous points of our cities. But 2,000 years ago, there were no megacities. Centuries would have to pass before the invention of artificial light. If they would like to see people on our planet, they would need a telescope of approximately 11 billion kilometers in diameter, which is a distance from the Sun to Neptune. Let's imagine that our mysterious neighbors do have such technologies. They will see ancient Rome and other civilizations of that distant time. In 1 AD, Rome had a population of 800,000 to 1 million inhabitants and was the largest and most powerful city in our world. Most of what we know about the civilization of this ancient era was recorded during Roman rule. The population of the Earth was about 231 million people. The most inhabited areas of the planet were communities founded around the rivers Ganges, Tigris, Yangtze, Nile and Po. Would you like more of it? Our nearest galaxy is Andromeda. It is much larger than Milky Way and is believed to eventually collide with it. Andromeda lies in the distance of 2,500,000 light-years from the Sun. We can observe it as it was 2.5 million years ago. An alien observer from there having a telescope with a colossal 15 trillion kilometers diameter won't see any intelligent life on the Earth at all. A human being is just emerging as Homo sapiens. He learns to use the tools and is hardly aware of the great path ahead. It's worth mentioning that extraterrestrials will be able to see not only the Earth in the past, but the entire Milky Way galaxy 2.5 million years ago. The scale is breathtaking, but what if we move even deeper? The largest spiral galaxy, NGC 6872, is located 212 million light-years away from our solar system. The diameter of the telescope should be truly fantastic, about 1 quadrillion kilometers or 132 light-years. What will the alien observers see this time? First of all, they won't see the outlines of the continents that are familiar to all of us. Instead, they will see only the supercontinent Pangaea, which much later was split up by the Tethys Ocean into Laurasia and Gondwana. Both supercontinents will later split up into smaller parts, and their collisions will lead to active mountain building. Africa's pressure on Europe will result in building the Alps, and the clash between India and Asia will create the Himalayas. Secondly, most of the inhabitants of the Earth the aliens will be able to see are considered extinct a long time ago. The Jurassic period is the dawn of the forests. Abundant rainfalls contributed to the spread of flora not only in the ocean, but also on the surface. There were mainly real ferns and gymnosperms in the dense forests. The class of gymnosperm cycads has survived till the present day. These days, the Jurassic flora grows in humid equatorial forests. The farther away the observers are, the deeper they have to look in our planet's past. As you understand, the same rule applies to us in case we want to watch them. Voyager 1, a spacecraft with a golden phonograph record on board with a message for alien life, will help us to understand the colossal nature of all these scales. It contains greetings in 55 languages, people's voices, classical music and sounds of nature, photographs of people and the Earth. The gold-plated copper disk contains the coordinates of Earth and the solar system, as well as the radiation pattern of the hydrogen atom. In September 2013, NASA announced that Voyager 1 has crossed the border of the solar system. It was the first spacecraft to enter interstellar space. Today, the spacecraft is at the distance of more than 20 billion kilometers from the Earth. The calculations of the scientists say that the fuel should be enough for another 10 years of work, and after that, the ship will lose connection with the Earth. Let's imagine that there's enough fuel for an infinite period, and Voyager 1 is heading straight for Proxima Centauri. This path will take 40,000 years, given that the spacecraft doesn't move at the speed of light, but only at the speed of 17 kilometers per second, or 60,000 kilometers per hour. The sheer scale of the cosmos is hard to imagine. And although the darkness of the unknown space can be rather frightening, humanity should fearlessly seek ways to accelerate the spacecraft if we link our future to the exploration of other worlds. When a human meets the cosmic immensity, he understands how little he knows about the world around him, how much unknown is in this world, which has yet to be discovered. Why do the laws of the universe work this way and not another? Why does the very fact that we have sense organs seem like a mockery of the distances in space? Of course, you can live without thinking about all this stuff. The world becomes clear. But when we think about the incredible phenomena happening around us and far beyond the Earth, the usual walls of understanding are falling, and we step beyond the ordinary.
Imagine a situation. You come home and decide that it's time to change something. So you violently break the furniture, throw the contents of the trash can on the floor, stop washing dishes and clean the toilet, and to top it all off, turn on the gas. The system is broken, but can such actions be called reasonable? Humanity behaves in relation to its global home, planet Earth. In much the same way, it destroys the animal world, litters incredibly, pollutes the atmosphere, depriving it of the ozone layer. Given the ability to regenerate, the long-suffering planet that sheltered Homo sapiens lasted as long as possible. But recently, it more and more often hints that we are staying here for too long. Where to find a new home? Should we hope for a mission to colonize Mars? Yes, it has been planned for a long time, but the Red Planet is not Earth's twin, so the difficulties of migration can be insurmountable. Is there a celestial body on which it is warm enough and not too cold? Ocean splash, an atmosphere similar to that of Earth? Where can we find the cradle of future life of humanity? Attention to the constellation of Taurus. The Kepler telescope in March 2018 discovered in this location an object that supposedly has almost the same characteristics as the Earth. By a strange coincidence that has developed recently, the planet under the code name K2155d is located next to a red dwarf, a rather calm but dim long-lived star. A double of Earth has been discovered in the company of 14 other planets, but the conditions on them are unlikely to seem comfortable for the emergence or maintenance of life. The climate and temperature parameters of these objects are unfavorable, if only because their distance to the Sun is too small. The year on each of them does not exceed 40 Earth days. In such cases, tidal forces act and the planets, being unable to turn away from their star, are constantly fried on the side. This means that on the illuminated surface, there is a hellish heat similar to that of Venus, and on the dark surface, there is cold and darkness. But there is hope. If at least one of these planets is shrouded in a dense atmosphere, then the situation will change. Due to the distribution of heat, the temperature in both hemispheres is relatively stabilized, although this will cause a hurricane of unprecedented strength. And yet, many astronomers do not believe in the existence of adequate conditions for the start of evolutionary processes on planets that circle too closely around red dwarfs. The absence of a magnetic field and strong flares from the star make the development of life on celestial bodies unthinkable. Despite the longevity of such celestial bodies, all this is true, but not for K2155d. According to Japanese scientists, a planet similar to Earth is located in the Goldilocks zone So the formation of life on its surface is quite likely, although it probably looks at its star one-sidedly. The object contains 3 Earths and is 200 light years away. It is still difficult to study the celestial body in more detail, but NASA has planned a mission designed to clarify the conditions on 15 discovered planets, including K2155d. Let's try to imagine what we can expect in this distant unknown world. What if astronomers made a mistake in their calculations and the conditions on the planet are completely different from what is supposed to be? Waterless world. Imagine K2155d as a celestial body on which the water is as hard as diamond, and rivers of liquid methane flow along the ancient channels, simultaneously forming poisonous lakes. It could be a dirty, foul-smelling frozen world in which, in theory, only methanogens, creatures made up of cells based on nitrogen compounds, will survive. Not a very tempting picture. Not life, but flint. It is possible that K2155d is seriously hot and its atmosphere is solid hydrogen with minor impurities. Suppose that in this infernal world, there were attempts to form life and the trace element from the periodic table, silicon, which is part of many terrestrial rocks, replaced carbon, becoming instead the basis of evolution. In the same way, arsenic could take the place of phosphorus and sulfur successfully displaced oxygen. In this case, alternative biochemistry can lead life into labyrinth, and when the astronauts finally landed on the surface of the planet, they would be met by hot lava and extremophile. Such a hot welcome is also not comforting. But let's forget about the exotic methanogens and extremophiles. If, after all, the conditions on K2155d meet expectations and are at least somewhat close to Earth's, then once they reach its surface, the astronauts will see an unusual world. They will be met by absolutely black vegetation, which over centuries has adapted to more efficient absorption of the full light spectrum and thus optimized photosynthesis. Perhaps the plants on K2155d have got filters that protect them from the radiation periodically emanating from the parent star and also increase the volume of the root system so that the most severe storm does not carry them away. On the side that is always turned towards the sun, people will see a huge ocean, land and mountains illuminated by a ghostly reddish light. Due to the fact that the sun never sets in one hemisphere, the shadows cast by rocks and vegetation will remain unchanged for centuries. According to convergent evolution, and conditions similar to Earth's development should take place according to a well-known scenario, so it is possible that the aliens will meet even animals on K2155d, small and completely deaf due to the fierce wind. Scientists believe that if the planet is inhabited, then most likely it will not be completely covered by the ocean. After all, in this case, all the substances necessary for the course of chemical reactions will be buried under the thickness of the liquid. Anyway, the celestial bodies circling near red dwarfs are definitely candidates for a potential registration of humanity. Who knows, perhaps a century later, our descendants who are not at all like today's people will watch their blood-red sun, which never goes beyond the horizon, occasionally remembering the Earth, a planet that has long sunk into oblivion. We are always up to date with science news because our channel keeps up with the times. you.